welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Korean StarCraft League KSL week number 51. Oh my god, it's good to be back. It's great to be back here once again for some more Korean StarCraft action. And this is, again, a little bit different here. We've been making a trend out of this. I promise that we'll be able to cast this live eventually. But for the past 2 weeks, we have been unable to cover this. Again, the weekend was jam-packed. Our weekend was just full of StarCraft. I think we had 6 different broadcasts over 2 days. My sleep schedule was all over the place. It was all over the place. Because of that, I was not able to cast the KSL live. Otherwise, it would have been 7 casts over the course of two days, which would have been intense. But in the end, I wasn't able to cast the KSL live, but we have the replays. For those that are curious, KSL is usually held on Saturdays at around midday KSL, 1 p.m. here in Australia. But I was on more of an EU sleep schedule at the time, and I just was not able to cast this. I think by the time I woke up, we were already in the semifinals, so I'm like, you know what, it's all good. Take care of yourselves. You know, I gotta stay up for like WTL and Logic Games and MSO and STC and all this other stuff. So we're here covering the replays, going over the replays here of the Korean StarCraft League. If you maybe watched it live or maybe watched the VODs, don't post any spoilers in the chat. This is going to be your first and only warning for that. Others will be timing out, maybe even banning, depending on how egregious it is. But we're going to be focusing on catching up on this week's KSL. Again, if you want to support the KSL, !KSL in the chat, you will get a link to the Patreon. There's a Patreon where you can help support and fund the Korean StarCraft League. Again, we have been actually hearing that the KSL has actually been losing some steam. I mean, the KSL used to be weekly. It used to be a weekly tournament. Now it's a bi-weekly, and even then, I've heard that it can't quite sustain itself as a bi-weekly model. So, if you wish to support the KSL, if you want to continue to support or interested in, you know, supporting the Korean StarCraft scene, you know, if you're passionate about StarCraft, consider checking it out, consider supporting in some way, just because I do know that they do need some support to keep this going. Otherwise, there are other kind of there's other plans in the works potentially to have it in a different way. I do know that they're working on things. They're working on things to maybe kind of give more attention to it and maybe promote it in some way. The Patreon, I mean. Promoting the Patreon. But until then, we're focusing on some StarCraft. Here we go. We have our first series here. We're going to be jumping into the quarterfinals. We have 3 quarterfinals matches first, followed by the semifinals, followed by the grand finals thereafter. There's going to be a break in between the quarterfinals and the semis, just so we can take a moment to get some water, to stretch our roaches, to hydrate our hydras, and massage every one of your Marines. For now, we're jumping into Classic versus Oliveira. Let's go. Do have a TVP, and again, it's been great to see all these players returning. Of course, I believe some others did take part. I know that players like Trap and Rogue recently came back from the military. They have been competing in ESL Open Cup Asia. When it comes to KSLs, I'm not too sure they've dabbled too much into them. Again, they're very high profile tournaments, and there's a lot of high caliber players here, like these two here. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Alkion, and we have our red Terran player from the land of China representing CranKy Z Gaming. It is Oliveira. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. Here we go. Again, we've been seeing quite a bit of Classics PvT as of late. Oliveira has been struggling a little bit more recently over these past couple of weeks, has been having a really hard time kind of gaining ground. But what's most important as well is that this is the last KSL before DreamHack. DreamHack is in a couple of days. It's in like, what, 3-4 days time? So this is a really good kind of glimpse into the form of all these players coming into DreamHack Dallas. A lot of these players are traveling. A lot of these players are going to be competing in the open stage of DreamHack Dallas. The open stage was announced publicly, I think today or yesterday, but it is out there. It is out there for all to see, so you can have a look at the lineups and all the players that are traveling to the open stage and the open stage is looking insane. You got players like Creator, Solar, even some of the Europeans like Laser, Skillet, Kellezer. They've all been traveling. They're all going to be competing in that open stage alongside some more local players as well. You know, players like Dolan, Foxer, and many others from the land of the Americas. They'll be there too. Maybe we can go over the bracket at the end of the broadcast. I think it'd be fun. It'd be fun. Go over it later on. For now, we are going for a double gas opener. Double gas opener leading to a faster factory here from Oliveira, going for a delayed expansion. Meanwhile, Classic back at home, opening up Gate Cyber Expand. Nothing crazy here. Pretty standard openers all around, other than the fact that Oliveira is going to be delaying his economy here in favor of being a little bit more secure and a little bit more aggressive early on. Speaking of Reacted Reaper. Okay, it's looking like Reacted Reaper Hellion here from Oliveira. We can go up to 3, maybe even 5 Reapers, depending on how aggressive Oliveira wants to be. We'll see when he stops making Reapers. That's really what I'm looking for. We have 2 for now, but do we make more than that? Back at home is going to be a Stargate opener. This is a very classic thing to do. It's a very signature trait of Classic, for those that have noticed. Classic very often won't throw down his tech in the main, but will try to hide it here at the natural with mixed success. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Again, it's a bit of a more unorthodox location for the tech and the pylon, but it does maybe keep it hidden. It also allows you to fortify this position a little bit faster as well with that second pylon. Ooh, as the Reapers do engage, and the first Reaper goes down already. Uh-oh. Rough start. We are making additional Reapers behind this. See, that does shade into the main base. We get eyes on the Reaper Heli in production. We do not delay the CC. So Oliveira, he's getting his base up and running on the low ground. Did bleed out a Reaper, which is brutal, and he's going to be building that back up, and will soon be moving out across the map. Now, the purpose of Reaper Hellion is to get economic damage done, but because of our already built up on SimCity that's soon to be amassing here, we should be able to wall up and defend in time. We'll see if we can, as Reaper Hellion is moving out. It's going to be triple Reaper, double Hellion. Behind this, we're transitioning into Widow Mines, Marines to fortify ourselves back at home. Widow Mines for maybe an eventual drop with a medevac. Oliveira has potential. There's our SimCity. Oracle does arrive, and do we spend our energy back at home? That is the question. Hellions, they do take down one of the Adepts. Have fallen so far. You can see that the Oracle has yet to really spend any of it. So Classic has been very patient with his first Oracle, and this is interesting. So it's going to be Oracle first into Phoenix. Hellions, they dip back in, and oh, they don't quite get eyes on the producing building. So for all Oliveira knows, it could be even double Oracle into a Twilight Council. There's no confirmation of Phoenixes yet. Back at home, should be getting ready, is aware of the Oracles, and we have Marines getting in position. You can see here they're in between the bases to react in time, or to ideally react in time. Phoenix on the way, Oliveira getting to his 3-1-1 setup. Back at home, there's our medevac. And we have a mine, we have 2 mines. Oh, scattered about the map here, okay. Hoping to get some of those connections. We'll see if we get lucky enough for that. Phoenix moves out. Spotted by that Zolnaga, and the Widow Mine is here in position, but don't move out across the map, not yet. Back at home, Classic getting his 3rd base. We have the Bay on the way, working towards Phoenix. Not really Phoenix Colossus. The Oracle moves out. Focusing down the Hellion, pulling back. But yeah, we only made the 1 Phoenix. Only the singular Phoenix, which was scattered, by the way, at the Zolnaga. Was spotted. But we're cutting Phoenix production and investing quite heavily here into a gateway-based army with the boat, with the robotic space. Oh, there it goes. Oof. Widow Mine goes off, does connect. Not a bad shot so far. Up. Oh my god. That takes 2 shots to kill the Phoenix. And that second Widow Mine is still out there. Still lying in wait. Up. And we do get it. Up. And the Phoenix does go down. And very nice positioning here out of Oliveira. Shuts down the first Phoenix. Back at home, without any Phoenixes, without Blink, drop play could really pop off. If Oliveira were to invest into drops, which he can't right now because of the revelations, but if he did, like there's no Phoenixes or Blink Stalkers to shut him down, Phoenix production is recommencing as we speak. Here comes our first drop. Medevac on the right hand side. Back at home, we are built up to 2 Immortals. We still have a pretty robust army, but Classic stuck at home. Because of this build of choice, we're kind of stuck building up back at home, getting a 3rd base, working on a 4th as well, building up a death bull of an army. This means that Oliveira, he can expand. If he wanted to, he could try to get a 3rd base and land, and there's not really much that can stop that 3rd from getting up and running. But now, though, Oliveira is sticking with 2 base play. 2 base play for the time being. Army's moving out. Medevac poised to dive into the main. Now, the army is spotted by this Adept, and that's going to be the cue for the Oracle to go in as well. So, the Oracle into the natural, drop into the main. Phoenix does miss it. The Pylon, I believe, did spot that Medevac. Here comes the Oracle. Oh. And we'll get a couple of SCVs here at the natural at the same time. Oliveira tries to push in, but we have a Colossus. We have a Colossus, we have a shield battery, we have an overcharge as well. Drop into the main base, probes are going down. And we do have position classic. We focus down the shield battery. Oh, but that's 2 Colossus. The mine shots. Ooh. Decent connections here in the center of the army. And the Bio army has to avoid this force. And we should be able to pick up and get the hell out of here. Where's the anti-air? There barely is any. And we just pick up and leave. We get 9 probe kills here in the main base. We pick up. We're actually going for the 3rd. Oracle across the map was cleaned up. And they got a handful of workers. And it looks like Oliveira does get the hell out of here. Just regrouping his forces. Won't be able to land under the Colossus. If he had some Marauders, it'd be a different story, but it's mainly Marine. So we do have to be careful going for the Phoenix. Oof. Yeah, but we have to respect this army, and Oliveira will back off. But that was some good damage. Again, 9 workers in the main. Picked up some gateway units. Double drop here towards the natural. There is a Colossus in position. No shield battery. That was not replaced. But Oliveira, he spots the army. He does back off. And we're calming down. But again, this is the strength or the weakness of Classic's build or his army composition is he can't do anything about these medevacs. Like, they're free to just bounce around, to maneuver across the map. How many Phoenixes are we on? Only 2 Phoenixes. As Classic is still hyperfixated, getting a 4th Colossus? Oh my god, that's crazy. He's working his 4th Colossus. We have a double Forge on the way. We have the Twilight Council on the way as well for our upgrades. And I imagine Blink, potentially we might skip it and just go straight for Charge. Back at home, Oliveira getting his 3rd base up and running. And not just that, we're taking up into Viking and Ghost. He's getting into his ideal army composition, still working his way up, but the Vikings are going to be ideal, especially against a heavy Colossus-based army. With 4 Colossus, Vikings are going to do so well against this. I mean, we need them. We'll need them. The army is spotted. Oliveira has to be careful. He cannot fully engage this. Oof. Takes a couple of swipes. Does have to back off. Classic taking a 4th. Looks like he doesn't quite want to commit, and this makes sense that Classic wouldn't want to because he just started his upgrades. He just started 1-1 and Charge. So until that kicks in, Classic is going to be chilling back at home and taking a 4th. Meanwhile, Oliveira can take this opportunity to get his own 3rd base up and running. 4th CC is on the way. Oh my, that's a lot of Vikings. That's double Starport production, and that is 10 Vikings already. We're making 4 at a time. Again, they're going to do so well for Oliveira. Scandario is the 4th that had just finished, just getting saturated. Viking sharking around. Classic working the 5th. And Woodermine will spot it. As the army is spotted, Oliveira moves out. He's aware of the positioning of Classic's main army. How many Vikings do we have? 14! Have to be very careful with how we engage. Ideally, you want to kite with these Vikings first and pick off 1 or 2 Colossus before the fight occurs. And we'll see if we can. You see the Vikings are sharking around. And they do get a volley off. Ooh, they get a Phoenix. They get both Phoenixes. But again, we're looking for the Colossus. Remember, these Stalkers don't have Blink, so they can't really punish these Vikings anywhere near as they otherwise would. Blink just started. Disruptors, they just began as well. I say just began. The Disruptors, they just popped out. And that will complicate things. There are going to be Novas available for Classic. Back at home, War Prism drop into the natural. Vikings, they push in. Do they get 1? They do. They pick off 1 Colossus. There's 3 left. Drop into the natural. SCVs are going down, and Oliveira doesn't have much at home to defend. We go for a big Warp In. We deny the Warp In. Just in time. The Vikings, the MVPs. Prism gets shut down, and these Delta will eventually be cleaned up as well, but Classic is moving out. Oliveira, thankfully, is retreating, so he doesn't engage while he's distracted. Cleans up the Zealots, so now he can focus on the main fight. But you could argue that these Zealots, they did enough. They killed a couple of workers, but they forced back the army, and they allowed Classic into Disruptors. His disruptor count is getting higher and higher as we speak. No longer is he heavily reliant on these Colossus. They're heavily exposed, by the way. We need to calm down and back off. But no longer are these Colossus the end-all be-all for Classic. Now he has those Novas. Now he has disruptors. Armies going to be bouncing off each other. They're rotating around. Collapsing on the army. Vikings going ham. 2 Colossus go down almost immediately. And how good are the Novas? The splits are even better. We get a full surround. We clean Classic up. This was not the place to be. We land the Vikings. And Oliveira will shut this all down. The Zealots, they're putting in some work. Disruptors, they come out, but too little too late. They get targeted down. And Classic will lose everything. And from here, there's no reason to turn back around Oliveira. We gotta go. Send it. The Zealots and Stalkers back at home. Blink is just now finishing. But too little too late. Disruptors are on the way. Vikings, they can land once again to help buffer. Yeah, those Chargers, they're putting in a lot of work. Oh my god. A lot of work, actually. Nova goes off and deals some friendly fire. Hot pick up there from Oliveira. Sieges up his Liberators. He wants to go for the kill. Oliveira does not want to back off. He knows how close he is to breaking Classic. And he does break through the main army. Yeah, depower, denies the warp in. Denies it for a second time. We just want to warp in, Papi. The slow warp ins are brutal, and the third base is going to fall. Classic can't afford to lose some bases here. But he has no army. He needs time. He needs breathing room. He's down to 2 disruptors. First Nova went off. That's the second Nova. Doesn't connect. And that's all we had. Oliveira could go for the natural. We're opting to back off and go for the 4th. Going for more secure damage. Third base soul going for the 4th. Stalkers have warped in. We shut down the libs. Not bad. But the freedom is still here. We have plenty of freedom. Novas are thrown down. Oh! The splits are good enough. Boys are being pulled. And this Bio army going ham. Can we avoid these Novas? Enough. And there it is. GG gets called. Oliveira, snowballing out of control, takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Again, that was a brutal engagement from Classic to get basically 360 surrounded. Like it wasn't a full surround, but he was also flanked by rocks, so there was just no escape. There was no way in. That was a brutal position to be stuck in, and that was the best case scenario for Oliveira. Like that was the perfect fight he could have hoped for. It was wild. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Oliveira does take the first game, and now we're getting ready to dive into game number 2 on Oceanborn. Let's go. Oh, siema, papi, siema. Dzień dobry. Good day. Is this live? Yes, the cast is live, but it is a replay cast from events that occurred a couple of days ago. But here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Red Terran player representing Dragon Kai Z Gaming for the land of China, leading the series 1-0. It is Oliveira. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player representing Twisted Minds. Down in this series, can he bounce back? He needs to here and now to force the ace match. It is Classic. Catching up with the chat. There is no more season finals for KSL. Currently, there is not. So at the start of the broadcast, I mentioned how the KSL currently is struggling. It is fully funded by the community, for the community. For those that don't know, the KSL is funded by a Patreon, !KSL in the chat. Hold on, I got you. !KSL in the chat, and you can get a link to the Patreon. And the KSL was really successful last year when it first popped off, but support for the KSL has waned over the past year. And it turned from a weekly, now it's a bi-weekly, now it's every 2 weeks instead of every week. We still host it, of course, we still cast it, and we still try to organize this as often as possible. And there was a season finals last year called the KSL SummerSlam. It was really exciting. It was a KSL SummerSlam because of how successful the Patreon was. Nowadays, a little bit less so. There's a little bit less money there. I do know that Dave and Chicken Man, they're the two minds behind KSL. They want to host another season finals, but the support needs to be there for it. So If you're interested, you can support the KSL via the Patreon link. Otherwise, I do know that Dave and Chicken Man, they're in the works of doing something to help bring eyes to this event and to promote the Patreon and to promote the event as well. I do know that they're in the works for something. We'll see what. We shall see what. So I wish them both the best, and of course, as always, we'll always be there to help and to support. Always, happy always. As for now, it is going to be a interesting Rax Expand. Okay, a more economic opener this time from Oliveira. I mean, I say economic opener. It was a single gas opener, but it was a factory before CC, so very interesting build here from our Terran player. I'm curious how this all kind of works out. Our gases are going to be delayed. We do have a faster expansion, but not as fast as it otherwise could have been. So rushing into our 1-1-1 setup. All right, Oliveira, he's cooking. Is cooking. Is going reactor and marine this time. Makes sense just because of our lack of gases that we had, as it's being spent elsewhere here on the starport, and on, I imagine, the fast medevac. Yeah, this is a really interesting opener, and I'm curious how this all works out. Meanwhile, back at home, Classic going for a Gate Cybercore Expand, this time going for a Twilight Council, not a Stargate. If you recall, the opener from Classic was a little bit lackluster. The Oracles didn't do a lot of economic damage, especially early on, and because we deviated away from Phoenixes so early as well, the drop play just snowballed out of control, and I don't know if I would say that, but it did quite a bit. It was quite successful. I did set Oliveira up. Meanwhile, yep, we're rushing into an insanely fast medevac here to go for a drop. A very interesting drop here with Marines. We could move out with our Cyclone as well on the ground to support. And we'll see if Classic can keep up with this. As for now, he's moving out with his initial Stalkers to contain, to deal some damage, maybe disrupt the economy. Does run into the drop! The medevac takes too many hits and the medevac goes down! Oh my god, the Cyclone as well! Not like this! GG gets called! The opener falls on its face, and Classic ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, Bob. It was it was a really exciting, explosive game 1. I was looking forward to game 2. Feels bad, man. Yeah, it was a really interesting build from Oliveira, and I was really curious to see how much damage it would get done. It was so unfortunate, so unlucky that Classic happened to be moving out across the map, happened to be in position. It's not like Classic knew what was going on. He was moving out to apply pressure to the natural, to delay the CC if possible. Like, that's why the Stalkers were there, and they just came across a full medevac drop. It's like, oh, I'll take that, sure. Okay, thank you, Bobby, thank you. GG, well played. We're going to the ace match. We're going to game 3. Oliveira was cooking, but I didn't get to try his food, Bobby. I didn't get to try it. Neither did Classic. Smooch. And now we're getting into the ace match here. Ghost River. Oh boy, a very interesting map of choice here for game number 3. Much more aggressive map. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River. We have the red Terran player representing CranKy Z Gaming. Was recently leading the series, but now forced into the ace match. Can he bounce back? It is Oliveira. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Twisted Minds, tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. And can he keep that momentum going? It is Classic. See in chat, I've been up since Light was live yesterday. Sleep is for noobs. Oh, get some sleep. Oh my, what are you doing? you're an animal, Bobby. You're an animal. Ay. To be fair, I did stream late until quite late last night. But okay, get some rest, Bobby. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. As you see Classic moving out with his first probe, he's scouting, checking for proxy locations here towards the third base location before moving out across the map and scouting our opponent. Back at home, Oliveira is now going for a double gas opener, which makes sense on a map as small as Ghost River. I'm going double gas, going for a faster factory. In case Oliveira was the one being cheesed or proxied, Oliveira would be in a much better position to shut it down. So again, a very safe opener here from Oliveira. at home Classic going for his Gate Cyber Expand. Once again, standard opener. We haven't really deviated too much from this. It's been the same opener of choice from Classic every game so far. Game 1 was, of course, a Stargate opener. Game 2 was Twilight Council into Blink. We never got to see the Blink, but was Blink-based. And I imagine we're going to be seeing another Blink opener here on Ghost River as well. Because how small the map is, because how aggressive the map is, it's usually considered safer and a little bit safer to go for a Blink opener, greedy to go for a Stargate opener. But we'll see. As for now, there's that factory on the way. We have our initial reactor. I believe it is Marine first into the reactor. And from here, we can go into Reaper production. Similar to game 1. We'll keep an eye. Interesting. Going straight for the tech lab. We're going for what looks to be a one base all in. Again, we go straight for the tech lab. There is no command center inside. No CC. And Marines are amassing. Are we rushing a tank? Are we going for a one-base tank all in? Show us the tank production, Papi. There it is! Let's go! Now, Oliveira is one of the few Terran players out there that I attribute one-base all-ins to in this matchup. One-base all-ins are very rare in TVP, but I've seen Oliveira do it more often than most, and Gumiho as well. Like, they're willing to spice things up, like, you know, once a month sort of thing. That's what often means, because it's very rare. It's but here we go. So we have our tanks on the way. We have the medic in production as well. Again, we spoke about how small Ghost River is, the map I mean, and we opened Stargate. Uh-oh. This is dangerous. This is maybe a little bit too greedy. Oliveira's rolling the dice. Oliveira, he hasn't scattered. Oliveira has not seen a single thing, and so happens to be going up against a Stargate opener. This is ideal for the Terran player. The reason why I say this, Phoenixes against pushes, they can pick away at like reinforcements, they can lift up tanks, they can pick away at medevacs, true, but you need to build up a Phoenix count. It takes a while. It takes a while to build this Phoenix count up and to actually be effective. The army's been spotted, boys are being pulled, now we know what's going on. Back at him, what do we have? We have one shield, we have 3 adepts, and a Phoenix. That is our army, and Oliveira, he's going straight for the main, sorry, straight for that pylon. We're gonna depower and deny Warp Gate. Uh-oh, Warp Gate, it's almost done, but the pylon is so low. And can we focus on the Phoenix? We get 1 Phoenix already. We bleed off a couple of Marines. The medevac does get the hell out of there. With only 1 Phoenix, the medevac will survive. We can repair. And we just drop off the rest of the units. And now we're going for the natural. Again, we're down to 1 Phoenix. We have a Void Ray on the way. The Void Ray will help. Again, I really like this adaptation at the Classic. We need those Void Rays. Shield batteries are on the way. Cannons, they're getting within range. First shield battery goes down. No overcharge. And we're going to keep pushing. Warp Gate did complete. But we only have the 1 gateway. Only have the 1 gateway. Void Ray, another one goes down. We did focus on one of the tanks, but we still have 1 more. As the Freedom is here, Phoenix falls, nothing left in the air. And sure, there are 3 shield batteries, but they're all exposed. They're all going down one after the other. Again, we're just trying to hold on. This Void Ray should barely pop out. Barely. Once again, every shield battery goes down. We do get that Void Ray out. Do we go for the tank? But there's 2 tanks. We can't push in. The ground army just cannot engage with the Liberation Zone with 2 tanks. Yeah, the ground army is just being bullied back. Void Ray comes in from behind. We do go for the Liberator. Up. Do we get it? We barely will, but we trade out the Liberator for the Void Ray. Void Ray goes down. We get another tank. We're down to 1. But the Stargate is exposed. We spoke about this unique feature of Classic as he goes for the Stargate on the low ground. And the Stargate is depowered. No more Void Rays. Boys are being pulled. And Oliveira, he's just cleaning up whatever is left here at the natural base. Liberator doesn't go down. GG gets called, and Oliveira takes the series 2-1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. A very, very dynamic series here. Game 2 was a little bit lackluster, and there's so much that came into Game 3 that's also very Classic specific there. It isn't just that he went for the Stargate opener, but if you remember, we pointed it out at the start of Game 1. When Classic also opened Stargate, and a unique feature about Classic is he is very fond of throwing down his Stargate at the natural of all places, just because it does, you know, give his second pylon a little bit more purpose when it comes to walling off and throwing down shield batteries, but at the same time, it also allows the Stargate to be a little bit more hidden, a little bit more difficult to scout as well. It's not at the obvious location in the main. But that also means it is vulnerable to an all-in like this, as we just saw, right? It's like where you could just camp their production, depower the Stargate as well. On top of that, short rush this by ground. On top of that, it was a Stargate opener as well. Like, oh my god. GG, well played. Oliveira eliminates Classic from KSL, which is a pretty big win. I would say that Classic was favored coming into this series. Classic is straight up second best Protoss in Korea, one of the best Protoss in the world, and Oliveira has been struggling as of late. Has been struggling. At the same time, this was a very chaotic series, and at least I appreciate what Game 1 gave us. Game 1 was more of a macro back and forth, right? We got to sink our teeth into Game 1. Game 2 and Game 3 was chaos. We got a bit of everything. We got a bit of everything here. GG, well played. Oliveira advances on to the semifinals, and we are here to determine who else advances on to those semifinals as well. We still have 2 more quarterfinals matches ahead of us. Up next is Solar versus Creator. Let's go. Let us go. So dirty, but also if only nothing. Yeah, that's what I mean, right? Like it was such a gamble, right? It was such a gamble from Oliveira, but like the stars aligned. The stars aligned for that all-in. GG. And now we're going to be getting ready here for our ZVP. And up first, we do have Ghost River. Again, what is happening today? We've been seeing a little bit more Ghost River as of late. I mean, I guess some of the other maps are more worthwhile vetoing. We'll see what our players have in store for us. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Vitality. It is Solar. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player from South Korea, representing Club NV. It is Creator. Okay. Now, a lot of what just happened in the previous game, as we deny the expansion, that is going to make things a little bit more awkward, specifically on this map, as the third base is so far away and so much more exposed. But what I was about to say is that here on Ghost River in this matchup as well, a lot of the same things apply, where aggression is favored on this map. We've seen a lot of 2 base all-ins, a lot of 3 base all-ins, a lot of all-ins in general here on Ghost River. On the flip side, though, we've also seen some scenarios, especially against in Terran matchups and a little bit in ZVP, where the map can be cut in half. You can split the map in half. The reason for this is because your side of the map is covered by ramps. Like, you have all these points of elevation, and if you're able to have map vision and be aware of the positioning of your opponent, then pushing up any of these ramps into an army is brutal. It can be quite difficult here, and you can secure yourself and just hunker down and turtle up. But again, usually this is the case in like TVP or ZVT or even TVT in those sorts of matchups. But we'll see. We'll see if this matchup also does embrace that. What I'm getting at is, could be a short game, could be a long one. It's a map of extremes. But now, gate expanded. Cybercore standard opener from Creator. We have the pylon in the main base, looking like a Stargate opener from our Protoss player. Shall see. Back at home, Solo going for a hatch gas pull, force like the unnatural natural is going to make things a little bit more awkward for him, but at the same time, at this point in the meta, where like a lot of Zerg players, they're used to expanding in this kind of setup and defending in this kind of setup as well. I'm sure Solar isn't too frustrated by this. I'm sure he's all good. Meanwhile, Cybercore is done. Warp Gate is being researched for now. Interesting. So I was gonna say that the pylon looks like a Stargate opener because it's a little bit more exposed out in the open, but no, it's gonna be a Twilight Council as we do not cancel Warp Gates. Okay. Now, Solar dipping in with the Overlord will confirm this if he gets eyes on the researching building. I'm not too sure if he did. as he does pull back a little bit earlier. And this could be one of a couple of different things. This could be Glaive Adepts, could be a DT-based opener instead. We haven't pulled out a gas yet, though. If we pull out a gas, and if we stay 2-2, then it's going to be 4-gate Glaive Adepts. Speaking of, we are somewhat pulling out a gas here. Otherwise, we could embrace a more tech-heavy style and go for a Dark Shrine. But there it is. Glaives on the way. There we go. We have 2-2. So only 4 workers mining gas. 4-gate Glaive Adepts is going to be the answer here for Creator. Now, this is not an all-in. This is an aggressive build to get ahead. This is designed to get some worker damage, to cripple your opponent's economy while you take a third base, while you expand, and while you transition out of this. So we'll see what Creator can get done. Obviously, this could also kill, true. It's designed to harass and deal some economic damage, but it could just kill Solar, true. We've seen that before. As Solar back at home, going for a safety Roach Warren at around the 4-minute mark. So the Roach Warren will finish up in time. Joining up. And Solar, interesting. Gonna be joining up to around 40. This is around the work count you want to stop at. 40 workers, Lings are on the way. Roach production momentarily. We have Overlords to make sure we don't get supply blocked. And here it comes Creator. And Solar has the tools to defend. It all comes down to the execution. It all comes down to whether Solar can keep up with the Adepts, whether Creator can catch Solar off guard. For now, Queens are in position. We zone away the Adepts for now. Shading in between the bases. Rotating towards the third. And the Adepts do not commit as Lings are chasing them down. And you can see Creator just taking a very tentative approach so far, going for another warp in. Back at home, we have pulled back in. Okay. That means that behind this, we can start Immortal production. And head for that third. There's that third base as the probe is sent out. Haven't committed yet. And this has forced a big reaction out of Solar. It did delay his economy, that is true. But we haven't killed anything yet, which is a little bit concerning. Black guys, I don't want to throw away these Adepts. At this point, we have plenty of Lings and Roaches. Like, we can deal with this. Solar, he's safe and sound. Now it's on Creator to make sure he doesn't throw this away. Let's make sure he doesn't lose these Adepts. He's going to be backing off. Immortal production has commenced. Very important here that we get these Immortals up and running to survive the counterattack. You have Adepts for the Lings, Immortals for the Roaches. And 2 Adepts do make their way into the main. But we are in position. And the Adepts are forced out. Flare is on the way. We're able to re-drone. Getting to our Evo chambers. Getting into eventually Roach speed. So Solar is catching up. And Creator is taking his base. You can see here that Creator is still threatening the bases of Solar. So he has to make sure he splits up his army. He stays back at home. This War Prism does pose a big threat. It's like 2 Adepts, 1-shot workers. You have to take them seriously. Am I calming down? Calming things down. We have Blink on the way. A big downside as well of this opener is that our follow-up upgrades are quite delayed. For example, there's +1. +1 just now starting here. Just now on the way. Lings, they try to harass. Good force fields. Catch out some Lings. And Solar, he has to think twice of pushing out. Who retreats. Hallucination gets eyes on the saturation. Gets eyes on the gases, on the droning, and on the 4th base. So Creator, he sees it Solar, he's just macroing up. We have a Baneling Nest on the way, so it's going to be Ling Bane Roach Ravager. Meanwhile, Creator, he's going to be taking a more defensive stance. Like, Creator can't really push. Not right now. Doesn't have the supply for it. He has to stay back at home, has to turtle up, take a 4th base, get into a 2nd Robo. Speaking of, there's a 2nd Robo on the way. That's for double Colossus production. And Creator is turtling up. If you remember, we spoke about some of the unique features of this map, and I was referring to some of the Terran-based matchups, about how these ramps are brutal to push into, and you can turtle up quite well. Protoss could do something similar here. I mean, you saw the force fields earlier. Like, as long as Creator can keep up with the movement of Solar, he can defend even with a smaller army. Speaking of, Solar rotates towards the south. Creator does spot it. See him getting ready. Solar tries to shut down that Observer as well, as the Observer is chasing the army of Solar. Shield batteries are on the way, cannons as well. Colossus in production. Here come the Bailey. Solar, he's going to commit. He's going to commit here towards the third base. Blink is done. Creator getting ready. And show us those force fields. The force field is going to be like the most important thing, the most important factor in this fight. Bailey speed is about to finish. You can see Solar at 180 supply is pushing in. We block off the left hand side, and we do try to block off the right. But the Baileys, they make their way through. They try to at least. They're headed for the Mineral Lions, but they're going to be crashing into the Stalkers. And Baileys, they do just crash into the main army. Colossus, they do arrive in time, and we do not touch the economy. The probes, they're safe and sound, and Creator holds. Get a beautiful concave here. What did go down in that fight? Sentries and Stalkers. Just gateway units. Acceptable losses. Creator, he holds on, chases down the roaches. Again, really nice body blocking out of Creator as well with those Stalkers, making sure the Banelings could not break in. Stalkers, they do an amazing job at tanking Banelings. And Solar is now in a rough position. Solar's on 69 drones, nice. Creator's on 71. Creator, he has a better economy, we're working on a fourth base. Solar was pretty committed there, and this means that our follow-up tech is delayed. Our hive is a little bit later, infestation was a little bit later. Looks like Solar wants to work towards Hydralisk or Viper, I would imagine. But it's gonna take a while to get there. It's going to take a while here. Creator trying to catch a queen, doesn't quite get one. Is gonna pull back. There's no Hydrogen, by the way. This hive is at least gonna be for Vipers, but I'm curious if we go for an Ultra Cavern or the Hydrogen. We are working on +2 melee. Like, if we wanted Lurkers, the Hydrogen would be done by now, just so we can start Lurker upgrades as soon as the hive is done. Scout does confirm the hive. So it's gonna be Ultras, right? Solo taking a 5th. Creator still harassing, getting up on bases, getting into his 4th, even base count here with his opponents. And my god, how many Colossus do we have? 5! Yo, I thought 4 was a lot earlier when we saw Classic go for 4 Colossus against Oliveira. But we have 5. My god, the laser drops are real. And we have a death ball of an army. We're pushing out, we're maxed out. So is Solar with Lingmane Roach Ravager. But here comes a Colossus. At 200 supply. We can, of course, juggle with the War Prism as well. Solar has a hive, but has no hive upgrades or hive tech. Just a lair-based army. We try to come in from behind. We try to go for this round. The force fields are too good. Oh my god! And the Banelings, they melt here against the force fields. 1 Colossus goes down, but we have 4 left. Those force fields were insane. The Lingmane did nothing. And Solar's in trouble. Solar's in a lot of trouble as we're going to keep on pushing. We have momentum on our side. We have 4 Colossus left over. Vipers are on the way, but it's too late. We can keep pushing. We can keep going. We have 2 Vipers in production. I mean, if given time, we can use that to help deal with the Colossus. True. Can it deal with that? Creator taking it slow. Very slow here. This Creator doesn't want to throw things away. Chipping away at the Lingmane. A lot of Lingmane has been rebuilt. You can see the Creator, he wants Solar to push into this ramp again. Like he wants that fight, but it's not going to happen. Solar does snipe that Observer. Stalkers are gaining ground. We're clearing up a good amount of Lingmane. But the Vipers are now out. And they're full of energy. We can yoink. Stalkers still pushing in. But we do waste some Banelings here on some Stalkers. Vipers sharking around. Now there's going to be a bit of a dance here between our armies. It's going to be on Creator to snipe those Vipers with his Stalkers. It's going to be on the Vipers to avoid the Stalkers and snipe the Colossus. see if they can. Again, Solar still up against the wall. Creator has cleared up a lot of creep. Easing his way in. Taking his time. More slow and methodical approach here. Lingbane pushing off of creep. Oh, this is not the fight you want to be taking, though. And again, that is Creator's hope. There we go, pushes on forward. Solar collapsing with his main army. Does yoink one of the Colossus, gets a second. And 2 Colossus get yoinked, but we have 2 more behind this. Oh, and we run out of Lingbane. Yoinking Immortal, we blink in, we snipe 1. Oh, only 1. And yeah, Creator, he just has too much momentum on his side, even with those abductions, even with losing 2 Colossus. The Immortal survived. Oh, one of them did. And we can just out-trade Solar. This is being forced further and further back, just down to Roach Ravager. Not much else. And GG gets called as the writing is on the wall, and Creator will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. I was a little bit concerned that Creator was taking too long. Solo was successfully getting into Vipers towards the end, but it was still only Lingbane Roach Ravager, and Solo was still bleeding out a lot of Lingbane, a lot of really inefficient trades from Solar. Again, that initial defense at the third base was really impressive from Creator. If you remember, he had the arc, he had the concave, he was able to blink back, force field not just the ramp, but also force field the main army as well, and he was able to trade so efficiently there, able to bounce back from an otherwise difficult position. And Creator, he just snowballed out of control from there, getting up to 5 Colossus, which is crazy. And Solo was just stuck on Lingbane Roach Ravager. He was stuck on a subpar army. He was behind in the economy, if you remember, because of his initial aggression. Like, he was down in workers and he had to try to catch up. And sure, he had a hive, but there was nothing else there, really. GG. GG, well played. Creator takes the lead. And now we're diving into game number 2. Let's go. It's catching up. Hey chat, good morning, lights. Buenos dias. Buenos dias, papi. You say good morning, I say good evening. It is 5 p.m. almost. Yeah, 5 p.m. here in the land of Australia. Good day, good day. Hope you're doing well. And we are diving into game 2. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have our South Korean Zerg player. The blue Zerg, representing Team Vitality, it is Solar. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the red Protoss player, representing Club NV, leading the series 1-0, it is Creator. And last game was a really interesting one, because on the one hand, sure, Creator went for a Glaive Adept build, and it literally did no damage. It didn't kill a single worker. It did force a reaction out of the Zerg player, but it didn't really kill anything. And he was still able to recover from there, and I do feel like a big factor of that was the map. We spoke about how defendable it could be, and I'm pretty sure the map did play a part in Creator's defense at his third base, in his ability to be able to hold on there, to be able to out-trade his opponent and get ahead from that point. I feel like on some of these other maps where the third base is a little more wide open, like Side Delta for example, it would be more difficult to really pull off a defense quite like that. Regardless, GG. GG, well played to Creator. Takes the lead in the series, and now we're settling into game number 2. For now, Gate Expand, Standard Opener. Gate Expand into the Cybercore. We can see that Solo once again was forced to take the unnatural natural. After the 4-gate glaives in game 1, I don't expect to see that again in this series. It did work, true, but even if a build like that works, typically at this level of play, you don't want to do the same build 2 games in a row, or even again in the same series, just because your opponent is going to be that much more ready for it. Like, I'm sure Creator respects Solar enough to be aware that he would be a lot more mentally and physically prepared for the same build. So we'll see what Creator goes for. We shall see. For now, Standard Openers, we're just joining up, working towards eventual third base. Pylon has been thrown down, not right up against the wall here, so I'm curious if it's going to be a Stargate or another Twilight Council. Even if it is a Twilight Council, it doesn't have to be Glaives. You can see it is thrown down as close to the edge as possible, and it is going to be a Stargate opener from Creator. is going to be more standard. Should be an Oracle opener to get into a third base, to get into the mid game. So a much more standard build here. And again, Side Delta, the map is quite larger compared to Ghost River, for example. So getting into a more longer macro game would make a lot more sense here for both players to comfortably kind of get into the swing of things. With a lot less tension than Ghost River, for example. Dev does get across the map, going to be threading the mineral line. Does dip in. And, oh, are we going to get a drone? We are. Whew, just barely one worker does go down. Not a bad pickup here. That should not have happened. We get a Ling as well. Second Adept has arrived. Now we can one-shot drones. And Solar needs to tighten up his defenses here. We need a cleaner defense because losing one drone already is brutal. And we shouldn't lose too much more as we come into the shade. Oh, bit of a misclick there. We do get one more drone. To attack the hatchery, second drone goes down. We're going to get 3. We're going to get up. Almost a 4th. But the Lings did lock down the army, and we will clean this up. Whew. Just in time. So we have to count. It's going to be 4 drone kills for 2 Adepts. That is a much better trade for Creator. And the aggression has only just begun, because here comes the Oracle. We have 1 Oracle moving out. Second Oracle's on the way. Lings move out to deny the 3rd. But Creator should have that second Oracle soon to defend that 3rd base, to make sure it gets up and running. The Spore was repositioning! Oh, we get 2 more drones, 6 in total. Looks like the Lings, they will get on top of that probe, and they will force back and delay the 3rd. 3rd base is going to be delayed for a couple of seconds. But with the help of this Oracle, we should be able to expand. This Creator does get out. Again, only 2 kills on this first Oracle, but now we have our second, soon to be a 3rd Oracle as well. Creator is going to be looking for more damage, and is working on his transition into Blink. I'm going to say Blink, this is Twilight Council, but where is the Forge? I'm dying a little bit. Interesting. No Forge, by the way, so this could take a couple of different approaches here. We could rush into really fast Blink and go for a 3-base all-in. This could be for Glaives, for a bit of a to blindside our opponents, but there it is. Blink is on the way. Gateway Explosion behind this. This does look like the beginnings of a 3-base all-in. That's why there is no Forge. That's why there is no +1. 6 gates for now. We'll keep an eye on the gateway count to see if we go up to 8. As the Oracles, they dip into the natural. Ooh, more drones going down, 9 in total. And more gateways are on the way. We have confirmation. Yep, it's going to be an 8-gate 3-base all-in from Creator. I say 8 gates. We can throw down a 9th gateway to reinforce across the map as a proxy location. We shouldn't be taking gases at the 3rd. It's just going to be mass Blink Stalker. And again, there's no kind of longevity here. There's no Robo for eventual like Immortal or Colossus production. There's no Bay, there's no Forge, there's no +1. It's just pure vanilla Blink Stalker. Just pure Blink Stalker. They're coming. And it is a good way to kill your opponents if the Zerg player did take too much damage. Like, Hero is so good at this as well, where if he kills too many workers early on, he will just all-in you to just end you. Because he knows that the Zerg player is stuck re-droning and resaturating. Roach Warren is just now finishing. And the Stalkers are moving out. Here we go. We do have a couple of safe straps behind this. How many so far? 12 so far. No proxy pylon, no proxy gateway. We do have a very late Forge behind this, but it is on the way, so Creator is thinking further ahead. And as the Stalkers move out, Lings, they move in. They're going for the 3rd, and they're going to surround the Shield Battery. Shield Battery does go down. Stalkers have arrived. They're going to be knocking down at least the 4th. The Lings are chased away. Yeah, this hatchery, it's going to fall. There's no saving it. I mean, the Lings, they come in for us around. They're going to try to engage. We save the base. Oh, we barely do. The Oracles, they need to be here to support. And Lings, they come in for us around. Stalker reinforcements have arrived. How many Stalkers went down here? 3. We got 3 Stalkers in that surround. Not bad, and it looks like Solar wants to commit. He wants to save this base. He's going to commit hard. Stasis is baited out. More Stalkers on the way. As a reminder, again, 8 gateways behind this. No additional gases, just mass blink Stalker. And it's becoming too much. You can see how heavily this just snowballs out of control. We're getting on top of the Queens. They're going down one after the other. There's no more transfused energy. We're running out of Lings as well. Now we're trading with Roaches. How good are the blinks? The Oracles are cleaned up. But we chase out the army. Creator, he's going for the kill. He wants it. Being forced back. It's barely being forced back. But here come reinforcements. Here comes a second wave. A third wave even. Again, Solar barely trying to hold on. And hey, he saves the base. True, but what about the army? What about just the main force of Solar? He's being overwhelmed. Running out of Roaches. Again, just too much momentum on Creator's side. Saving this 4th base. I don't think Solar realized how committed Creator was. And did bleed out a lot of Lings earlier trying to save this. And it wasn't worth it. Wasn't worth it in the end. As we have another reinforcing wave of Stalkers. Hatchery went down. Again, you can see Solar barely treading water here. Barely forcing this back. Focusing down as many of these Blink Stalkers as he can. But you can see he's down to 3 Roaches. We're down to 3 Roaches. GG gets called. It's just too much to bear. And Creator will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Again, a very decisive attack there from Creator. I do think that if Solar knew how committed Creator was, we spoke about it. We spoke about how there was no other tech. There was a very late Forge. There was a Forge, to be fair, but it didn't really come into play. It was essentially a 3-base all-in from Creator. If Solar was aware of that, maybe we decide not to save the hatchery, not to commit as hard, to build up our Roach count instead. We saw that with the initial Ling battle that we had, we only killed 3 Stalkers. 3 Stalkers went down, and sure, we saved the base, but we bled out so many Lings, and those Lings are so important here for Solar. The Roaches do the damage. I mean, Lings do as well, but Lings are so necessary to buffer for those Roaches as well. Once Roaches start going down, it's kind of the beginning of the end there. It's just a brutal defense from Solar, and was caught off guard, was blindsided by Creator. GG, well played. Creator advances on. Solar is eliminated from the tournament. GG, well played. Oh, Solar struggling here. I mean, went down to Creator. In general, I would say that Solar is favored against Creator, but every now and then Creator, he pops off, and yeah, just really aggressive builds here, both in Game 1 and Game 2. Remember, Game 1 was 4 Gate Claves into a Death Ball of a Colossus army. It was a wild game. I'll remember that for a while. Here in Game 2, did a really great job harassing, and again, just went for a decisive 3-base play afterwards. And now we have 1 quarterfinals match left. Up next is Dark versus Nightmare in another ZVP. So, here we go. Not a fan of this version. I prefer the +1 expand variants. Yeah, but that's less aggressive, right? I mean, that's more of a macro build, right? Which, to be fair, like, is nice. It's nice to play some macro. It's more committed. It is riskier, 100%. It is a really risky way to play, just because, you know, if your opponent is aware, if your opponent takes or if your opponent is able to catch you off guard, able to shut you down, then you fall behind, right? You fall behind. There's no other upgrades behind you. A late 4th base, late gases, late tech. You end up in a really rough position as the Protoss. But now we're getting into our next quarterfinals match. Up next, Dark versus Nightmare. Once again, we're loading into Site Delta. Let's go. We're going to be getting into Site Delta. Of course, Nightmare recently joining a new team. I think it was like a week ago. Maybe over a week ago at this point. He did join Bleed Esports. It's great to see Nightmare finally getting the support that he deserves. He's been teamless for far too long, but now is on a team, now has support. And can we use that here? Does he have that bit of like, is he revitalized here? Is he motivated to keep improving, to keep on playing? Does he have that new team boost? He's going to need it against this player here. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of side Delta, we have the South Korean Zerg player representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Bleed Esports. Again, his new team. Can he bring it here against his opponent? It is Nightmare. And oh, where are we going? Hello, Monsieur Dark. As we're going for a hatch block, we're going for a hatchery across the map. Dark does like to spice things up. It is going to be hatch first back at home into, I imagine, a hatchery across the map. We'll see if we commit. Dark actually doesn't have the resources because he went for the hatch back at home. Usually we bank up resources and we go for the hatch first here. Drone has arrived. Drone does slip in. And we need a couple more seconds here. Gas has been thrown down. Okay, it looks like Dark, he's faking it out. Okay, good. He's faking it out. We have the gas. We have the spawning pool. I think that if Dark was blocked at the natural, then he commits. But here he hasn't, so he's just going to be delaying. And he could even try to steal the gas. Drone dips in. And, oh, can we get the gas? We cannot. The probe does. Oh, we can. Nightmare did not hold position the worker. He was forced back, and the gas has been stolen. And this is some nice damage here from Dark. This is 5 probes off the mineral line, doing nothing but attacking a gas geyser. So very nice damage dealt. Does force the cancel. Drone does escape. Gas now being taken. Dark having a bit of fun here. Now, what I was about to say is that we haven't seen a lot of Dark as of late. What I mean by that is, if you remember, last week in ESL Open Cup Asia, Dark was absent. Dark, he wasn't there. I'm pretty sure he was just spending time with his daughter, with his new daughter. I'm pretty sure. Some time with his family, I'm sure. But yeah, he wasn't competing in ESL Asia last week, and ESL Asia this week, if you remember, we casted it. Dark did go down in the early rounds to Rex. There was a wild ZVZ. I recommend watching the VODs. It was insane. But Rex did cause a massive upset in that tournament, and he changed the fate of the entire tournament by knocking Dark out in the round of 16. It was wild. But because of that, again, we just haven't really been able to see much Dark, so I'm happy to cast some of Dark here in KSL, the Korean StarCraft League. Usually in KSL, our players vying for championship are Dark and Hero, and usually it's about who can stop Dark and Hero from facing off against each other. Who can stop them, if anyone? But now, our Ling's going to be dealing with these rocks back at home, and Dark going for his hatch gas pool into his third base. Standard opener here from our Zerg player. Nightmare opting to go for a Stargate opener into Oracles. Let's go. If Zergs know that you have both in your arsenal, they will have to gamble a bit by either overmaking units or drones. True. Not wrong. That's actually the same rationale behind Bjorn's 3 racks. If you remember, last year when Bjorn was popularizing 2-Rax Reaper into Expand, one of the big dangers of Bjorn's build was the fact that at times he would mix in 3-Rax Reaper and even 4-Rax Reaper. Oh, sorry, not 4-Rax Reaper. 3-Rax Reaper or even 4-Rax follow-ups from there as well. Like having options and having different like variants of build and variations of like your composition and your playstyle does make it difficult to scatter and react. But 100%. As for now, the Oracle doesn't get much damage done across the map. One drone goes down, second Oracle moves out, getting into our third Oracle and third base. But so far, Dark's defense has been pretty solid. We've barely lost anything so far. Once again, the Oracle dips in. Once again, the Queen's zone Nightmare away. Again, Dark, he's known for his Queen control, for his Queen defense. Oof. So far, has been very solid. Okay, the unit's lost. 2 drones have fallen. I believe 1 was from the Oracles. No, never mind. 2. Alright, one was from the oracles and one was across the map. Scouting drone. Once again, so far no damage dealt. Ling does scout across the map, checks the third base. And we have a Nidus on. Oh my god, we're cutting workers. A Nidus worm is on the way. The lair is scattered, but I mean, that's not enough of a tell. With the revelation up. And it's going to be a Ling Queen Nidus all in here. It's all or nothing from the side of Dark. We have an Overlord here at the natural. We have no Overlord outside the main. Nightmare is in the dark. And did I say Ling Queen Nidus? I mean, we have a Baneliness on the way as well. Interesting, going for the Nidus worm right outside the third. Based on this, it looks like our goal is just to deny the third base. Just to bring it down. Nidus worm is spotted. I mean, he does know he throws down extra protection. Pylon, cannons. He's setting up here for the defense. Queens are waddling on in. Just holding on. We don't want to throw them away too soon. We need that queen support. There we go. The Nidus worm does finish. We have creep. I say that Nidus worm gets shut down. And Darky doesn't want to engage, not without his queens. Now he goes for the surround. Oracles activate their pulsar beams. Ling's being shut down. We have the overcharge. And we hold. Nightmare, he's holding on. Dark has to pull back. He has to respect that overcharge. He always catches some stalkers. Again, he's hoping that maybe Nightmare is dragged out of position, getting this around. Dark is pulling back. And we're droning. Okay, we are droning up back at home. Now we have a Hydra Den. We have a Evo Chamber on the way. Fourth base as well. We have a lot of catching up to do here. But again, especially with all this... Oh my... That's... I just realized how much there was. We have 3 shield batteries and 3 cannons. Like, there was no breaking this. There was no breaking this position, so... It makes sense for Dark to back off. It's just really rough that he has to, that he was so committed. He's double expanding even. Double expanding, droning as hard as he can. Not making many units, cutting corners. And he has to. And Nightmare is respecting him quite a bit here, taking a fourth base and taking a more defensive approach. As Nightmare is teching into his own Colossus. There we go. Colossus production has commenced. We have charge on the way, extend double lands, +2. And Dark already throwing down his Lurker Den. Okay, Hive is on the way. Like, Dark being quite greedy here. But again, he is going to be able to catch up tech-wise. But can he amass an army in time as... Oh my god, speaking of tech... Nightmare throwing down the fleet beacon. I mean, he just saw the Lurker Den in the main with the hallucination. So Nightmare, he sees that Dark is rushing to a Hive and rushing into Lurkers. He's like, okay, I'll rush into Skytoss. I see what you're doing, Dark. I'll meet you there. So this game has taken a turn. From all in into just rushing towards late game tech. Oracles, they get across map. Finally, damage is done. We got some solid early game defense, but now 5 drones go down. And all 3 Oracles will get out. They will escape. Carrier production has already commenced. The Hive not yet finishing. And the problem here is that Dark doesn't know. That's the big problem right now. If he did, then he'd be a little bit more aware. He could maybe even throw down a Spire and start working towards Corruptors. He would be aware to be a little bit more greedy, and he would not have made these Lurkers this soon. Like, if we see all these Stargates, and if we see the Fleet Beacon, there's no need to rush into Lurkers and rush into Hydras. We can be even greedier than this. And focus on all our tech before investing into this. But again, Dark doesn't know yet. Now we're getting a 5th, throwing down stasis traps. Or it could be the opposite as well, right? Where if Dark was aware, then Dark would hit a timing, right? He would focus on maxing out first and then push and try to kill Nightmare before the carrier count gets out of control. You have 2 different approaches. Either be hyper greedy or be hyper aggressive. so far in this specificity. Nightmare, he's getting away with his carriers. Hydra Lurker Viper is amassing, which again is going to be ideal against most ground-based compositions. Hydra Lurker Viper can be okay against Skytoss, especially a low amount of carriers. I'm talking like sub 6 carriers. But at a certain point, the Skytoss does hit critical mass, and you will need to respond with Spire Tech. That is going to be a necessity here at some point. Dark is coming in with the Overseer. Stalker on patrol. It is going to zone Dark away.
Metamorphosis complete.
Dark doesn't see much. We're getting up to 5 carriers. More Dark pushing on the left-hand side. Does break through these Zealots. Nice surround. Zealots are shut down. Stalkers, they take a lot of spine shots to the face. The Colossus army and the carrier army is going to be responding, and now the carriers will reveal themselves. Spires are on the way immediately. Now Dark knows what's going on. Now we have Spires. They just started. But do we have time to get into those upgrades, to get into Corruptors? Big spine shots here on the Stalkers. So far, so good. Carriers will be able to focus down some of these Lurkers. There's not that many Hydras. Yeah, there's not enough anti-air. The Hydras are being bullied back. And now the Lurkers have to get the hell out of here. There's just too much in the air, too much in the sky. And Nightmare has momentum. And the Spires are still not done. Likewise, Storm isn't complete either, so Nightmare may decide to wait a little. Now we're pushing. I was like, he might wait for Storm. No. We're going to push out. We know we have momentum. Base is going to fall. Hydras are amassing. They need to be. Spires just about to finish. And if we can zone away those High Templar, we can hold on. If we can avoid those storms on the Hydras, then we can defend. We pick up another Lurker. Nightmare rotating towards the north instead. Does deny one base. Going for a Zealot run by. He is rotating towards the northern bases instead. Zealot busting in. One Spine Crawler goes down. They're getting into the mineral line. And it looks like Nightmare, he kind of pushed into the space. We do get a yoink. We get 1. We get 2. 2 carriers go down. And can we get a 3rd and a 4th? Oh my god. We get 3. We get 4 carriers. Very nice pickups here from Dark. Takes down 4 carriers. And Nightmare has to back. Oh, I was going to say he has to back off. He's going for the base. At least with the Zealots. Maintaining this position. Now, the Spires are done. But the reality is that 0-0 Corruptors are less than ideal. We're building up upgrades. We have to build up these upgrades first before we get into Corruptors. This is why it was so important earlier. If we were able to get an earlier Scout, we would have seen earlier Spires and earlier upgrades. And then that would have allowed the Corruptors to be online a lot faster as well. So Dark still needs more time. Does still need more time. Meanwhile, at least with those yoinks, we force back Nightmare. We're getting our bases back up and running. Zealots were cleaned up. Dark is remaxing. We're on 2-0 at the moment, which isn't too bad. Working on 3-3. 3 range and 3 melee. The army is spotted. Nightmare responds. I'm loving these Nidus Worms. They're to evacuate. They're to get the hell out of here once things get a little bit spicy. As a Prism is sniped, getting within range of the base. Yeah, the Nexus is under fire. The Nexus, it looks like it should fall. We have the storms. At the same time, Zealots say get into the natural. They're going for this. Get into the natural waste. They're going for the Spires as well. They are under threat, but it looks like the Lurkers, they get back home. Yeah, thanks to the Nidus Worm, we get the hell out of here. But the Vipers, no. The Vipers, they will barely escape as well. We save the Spires. We transfuse just to be sure. A safe measure. But that did force Dark back home. Did kill the Nexus. But Nightmare's taking the center base instead. How many carriers are we on? 8. We're on 8 carriers. Have we rebuilt the Vipers? They're still very low. No transfuse energy. And these Vipers are crucial to the defense. Nightmare rotating around and gets a revelation of getting on top of these lurkers. Where are the Hydras? Where's the anti-air? Corruptor's now coming out. But we break through the line of lurkers. And it looks like we have taken down the base. Dark attempting to reposition. And we're going to head towards the south, going for more bases, going for more hatcheries. Dark now incorporating those Corruptors. Ooh, feedbacks are brutal. We shut down the Vipers immediately, and we have the Storms! And the Hydras, they cannot engage. GG gets called as Nightmare does outposition Dark there, breaks through the bases, and will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, Dark, unfortunately, it took him a little bit too long to realize what was happening. It took him too long to realize that Skytoss was on the way. We didn't get to see Corruptors until the very end of that game, and by then, it was a little bit too little too late. The Hydra-based army was being bullied back by the Storms, by the Carriers. There were some nice moments for Dark, some very nice moments where he was able to abduct and yoink some of those Carriers, but remember, that was when the Carrier count was a little bit lower, as we did mention, as we were able to snipe 4 Carriers in that first fight, in that first engagement, when they moved out across the map. That was a really good moment for Dark, but did need a little bit more than that, and with that, GG. GG, well played. Nightmare takes a lead, and now we're going to be getting into game number 2. Whew. Here we go. Catching up with the chat. Shima, hello. I hope you're well on this blessed day. Hello, Slammer. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great time. I hope the Slammer was able. Hope the Slammer was able to show his hammer, in the. I can't think of anything else. Well, I just know Slammer and Hammer. That's all I know, Bobby. That's all I know. But thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you showed off your hammer, Bobby. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Catching up in the chat. If you had Infestors, I wouldn't say so. Infestors, they can kind of help a little bit. I say a little bit because, sure, they can fungal and lock down the army. They can throw down the microbial shrouds, but by that point we had Storm. Unless you're referring to maybe the first fight, then early on, sure. Now we're settling into our next game. We're going to be loading into Amphion. Let's go. Let us go. Hydra's so inefficient getting stuck on them against Hydra CG. Yeah. I mean, we spoke about it, right? Like a lot of it did come down to the scouting. Did come down to recognizing what Nightmare was doing, and what he was up to. I mean, to be as is most of the case in StarCraft. Scouting is key, but here we go. We're diving into our next game and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion. We have our red Zerg player representing Talon Esports down in this series. Can he bounce back and make his way to the semifinals? I mean, he is favored in this series. We'll see if he can force that ace match. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing his new team, Bleed Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Nightmare. Let's go. Let us go. But now, just going to be a hatch gas pool. Standard opening here from Dark. Likewise, Nightmare moving out for his probe scout. This time there is no hatch block shenanigans. Welcome everyone, of course, from Slammer's stream. I should also mention, welcome to the KSL, to the Korean StarCraft League. This is a bi-weekly tournament organized and hosted by Chicken Man and Dave Testa, and of course they allow everyone, all the community casters, to get involved and to get into casting it. So big shout out to Dave Testa and Chicken Man, exclamation mark KSL in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the Patreon, if you want to support the Korean StarCraft League. It is funded by the community for the community as well. So big shout out to all the patrons out there to actually fund the event. Much love. Much love. So we are settling in. And this tournament used to be a weekly. Nowadays it's a bi-weekly. But if the support is boosted up once again, then it can go back to a more regular event. To a more weekly event. We are getting to our openers. Winding it back, right. What I was going to mention is if you missed out on the beginning of the last game, Dark did go for kind of a fake hatchery block into a gas steal, was able to be a little bit spicy early on. It did lead into a Link Queen Nidus all-in, an all-in that failed, which is another reason as to why Dark was so in the dark as to what was happening, because he was being a little bit greedy and just trying to tech up and stabilize and get into lurker tech as quickly as possible after his failed all-in. As he was fixated on that, Nightmare rushed into Skytoss. It's kind of the TLDR of what happened in the last game. As once again, it's going to be a Stargate opener from our Protoss player. It's going to be Stargate into, I imagine, Oracle, into our 3-base setup. And Amphion is an interesting one just because you do have some more secure bases to take, whether it's even the linear third base or the triangular third. They can be a little bit more awkward to push into. Especially this base here, as you have to mine through minerals or break through rocks to gain access to that area. Speaking of, Dark already working on those rocks. Already opening up this area, as Nightmare does not open Oracle. It's a Void Ray opener instead. Very interesting. Now, with a Void Ray opener, the power of this is the power of just... the power of being able to hide your tech. The power of just keeping your opponents in that. I'm trying not to say Dark so much. Keeping your opponent guessing as to what's going on. I say Dark too much, it just loses all meaning. But with the Void Ray, we're going to be hunting down these Overlords, and we can keep the tech hidden. Behind this, we can go into a second Stargate, into like a Carrier Rush, a Tempest Rush, into Massive Void Ray. We can go into a fast Twilight Council into Glaive of Depths, or we could even go into Oracles, into a third base, into a standard game. There's a lot available here, as Dark is rushing into a fast lair once again. Okay, that is a sub 4-minute lair timing. We saw that last game it was a Link Queen Nidus all in. This time, I'm curious how aggressive Dark wants to be with this. But again, Dark is going to be a little bit unfamiliar with what comes next. With a fast lair, we have a couple of options. We could even try to rush into Hydras. We are taking 3 gases back at home. We are taking 3 gases, no Roach Warren. I'm leaning towards maybe Hydras, but we'll see. As there's a second Stargate, this is one of the options. This is one of the options you have available here. It looks like double Stargate into Skytoss. Or this actually could be double Stargate Phoenix. Curious. I'm curious. Oracle dips in from behind. Hits the third base. I believe we have it scouted the fast lair. Drones are going down. Oh, quite a lot actually. 5 workers full, 6 workers full, and the Oracle will escape. This is far too much damage here, far too much. 7 workers go down to the 1 Oracle. And we have the Roach one on the way. Dark is re-droning, he's resaturating his bases. Back at home, we're massing Oracle. Okay, this is a very unique build. This is a hero build, by the way. Rushing into mass Oracle. Now, hero usually does with charge. He goes for an Oracle charge all in. This is a little bit different, as we do not have a Twilight Council. We don't have any other upgrades. But we are going mass Oracle. Let's go. And now we see what the fast lair is for. We're rushing into a Spire. Okay. I was leaning more towards Hydras, but now we have a 4th gas, so a Spire makes sense. This is about to get rowdy. This is about to get interesting. Now, I'm pretty sure the mass Oracle is going to hit first. Pretty sure this is going to hit first. It's going to hit hard. It's going to hit like a truck. And how many queens do we have to defend? Okay, 6 queens back at home. That's like the bare minimum here to defend. To have those 6 queens. Oracles are moving out, and we'll see how much damage we can get done. What's also scary about this is the Oracles are also going to get some scouting information. They should also get eyes on the Spire. Speaking of, Spire has been scouted. And now we can go double Stargate Phoenix. Yeah, there we go. Oh, this is brutal. We can just go into Mass Phoenix. We have the tech. And Dark doesn't know. So this is dangerous here. If we commit too hard into mutas, we'll see how many Phoenixes are out. Oracles, they hit the 4th. They deny the base. We haven't done much economic damage yet, but we are containing Dark to 3 bases. Is being contained. Corruptors are on the way. Okay, I see you. I'm liking this. I mean, okay, so a couple of things, right? Dark, he knows about the mass Stargate because because of the Mass Oracle. He knows he got scattered, so really smart here to go into Corruptor. Nightmare misreads this, assumes it's still going to be Muta, going to Phoenix, which is less than ideal against Corruptor. Oh, we do catch the Queens. 3 Queens go down. Now the Corruptors, they will definitely help here. It's a better option compared to the Mutas. But we... Oh, that's it. That's going to be another cancel on the hatchery. Dark still contained. We'll see what these Corruptors can get done. Meanwhile, the ground army is going to be charged. We spoke about this before. We spoke about how Hero usually goes Mass Oracle into charge lots. It's a similar thing here. Similar, not quite the same. So we dive into the main base. We do reveal ourselves. Nightmare not quite engaging. Yeah, keeping his Phoenixes and Oracles hidden. We do catch the Void Ray at least. Oracles are moving out. Phoenixes are hidden behind the natural. They're kept safe. Now that the Corruptors are revealed, we know not to make any more Phoenixes. And we won't be able to deny the hatchery. But we do catch some of these Oracles. We get one. We get a second and potentially a third. As Dark is amassing a Ling Roach army. He's drawn up to 3 bases. He's drawn up to 67. But we're cutting workers here. Focusing on Roach Ravager, or Ling Roach even. As the Corruptors, they find a couple more Oracles. They do pick them up. The army is making its way across the map. Dark has bled out a little bit here, but at the same time, these Corruptors, they can't do much else. They could try and deny bases, sure, but they have been tagged. As Dark is still rallying Ling Roach across the map. And what do we have to defend? We have some cannons, shield batteries. We do have Immortal production underway, but we only have 1 so far. As the Roaches are caught. And there's not much to support them. There's not much Ling Bane here yet. Corruptors, they dive into the main. Stalkers are in position. And they focus on as many of these Corruptors as they can. Overcharges pop, keeping the base alive. Bailings, they roll in. So far, the force fields are good. No Ravagers. There's no answer to the force fields, and Nightmare is holding. Nightmare, he defends his 4th and his main. Roaches, they committed, and there is no overcharge. We can focus down that Immortal. So far, good control. We kite it back. Phoenixes are coming back in. Charge lots are barely morphed in as well. And this is going to be a tough hold for Nightmare, but he barely does. Oh, yeah, rough movement there from Dark. Takes some extra hits. Is forced back. Even the Oracle is getting some extra damage towards the end. And Nightmare, now he reinforces. Now all these Stalkers that were in the main base, they've met up with the main army. Blink is done. +2 on the horizon. Storm as well. Halfway done for Nightmare. And now Dark is droning. And what's scary here is that we've been in this position before. I'm getting deja vu from game 1. Oh, sorry, I'm getting deja vu from Solar versus Creator. My apologies. As we're going to be throwing away all these Oracles. But in Creator versus Solar, we had a similar position where Solar committed with a Ling Bane Roach Ravager all-in. It failed, and he fell behind. Here, likewise, Nightmare has a better economy. Straight up, he just has a better economy here compared to Dark. He's amassing a better army as well. With better upgrades, with Storm, of course, with Archons. Dark doesn't have to get creative here, and Corruptors, they don't get much done. And again, like, we spoke about this before, about how defendable a lot of these bases are on this map. Like, harassing at this 4th base, there's only one attack path. There's only one attack path here on the right-hand side, and it's so out of the way side that it's so difficult to commit into. Likewise, here at the center base, a little bit more exposed, but once again, we have a narrow choke point pushing up into it. As long as Nightmare can keep up with the movement of the army, then he should be okay. Dark still committed. Dark, he is still not droned. He's on 68 workers. He has not taken additional gases, not taken a 5th. He is not droned. Dark, he's just doubling down here, maxing out. His goal here is to break Nightmare here and now. Meanwhile, Sky Toss is on the way. But there should be a fight before that happens. Oh, the Storm does connect with the Banelings. Dark ready for another assault here at the 4th. Nightmare's in position. Oh, the Biles! Not quite gonna connect. Zealot Runby runs into Ling Bane, so now Nightmare knows to keep this army here. Ready for that run by. Oh, the Biles! Oh my god. We do connect. We take down one High Templar. That could have been so much worse. One High Templar goes down. Ooh, we still have storms. We still have storms available. Prism towards the main. Dark has still not droned. It's still on lair tech. All or nothing here for Dark. Sending his main towards the mineral line. Do you have any storms? Are they getting in? Yeah, they do crash in. The probes are going down. Corruptors into the main base. Bailing towards the 3rd base. They do not bust into the natural, but 16 probes fall. And we are pulling Nightmare apart a little bit. The base getting low. Lings towards the 4th, but we have Archons in position. Pure Lings against Archons. You hate to see it. Yeah, the Lings have to retreat. Nightmare is holding. Now, what's scary is that Nightmare, he lost 16 probes. We're even. We're even on workers. Like, that's how few workers Dark is working with. So Nightmare is still maintaining his economy, but the Bailey's have rolled in once again. The wall's on the wall. No. We bust in. More probes going to be going down, and Nightmare is pushing. Looks like he doesn't care anymore. His economy does take a blow. Mothership is on the way behind this. Lings, they bust into the mineral lines. Nightmare going to be warping in across the map. Right into the main. Does force a big reaction out of Dark. And the Zealots are going to surround. They take down the spawning pool. Yeah, no more Lings. I mean, Lings are doing a lot of damage. 26 workers go down. We have a Mothership back at home. The Biles, they do not connect. Whew. That's a clutch blink there from Nightmare. As he is moving out. I mean, Nightmare's all in. He's completely all in at this point. The 4th base does fall. And we're going to keep on pushing. The War Prism fell as well, so there's no reinforcements. Biles not quite connecting. They get one Stalker. The Ravagers are exposed. The Ravagers are going down. There's no reinforcements. GG gets called as Nightmare breaks through, and Nightmare takes the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. A very, very surprising series here, as Dark was forced into an all-in there. I mean, he kind of went himself into one. It was a wild start to the game as well, going for a Spire, going for the fast lair. Unfortunately, it was a big investment into those Corruptors, and the Corruptors didn't actually do much. If you remember, they caught some Oracles, but they didn't get a base. They caught the Void Ray, but they didn't catch the Phoenixes. The Corruptors was a big investment, and it didn't really pay off. And if you remember, from there, Dark committed. He was stuck on Ling Bane Road Ravager. He went all in. His 4th base was denied like 3 times. It was wild how he was stuck on 3 bases for so long, and he just doubled down. Just doubled down with the all in. And eventually Nightmare was able to hold on, able to survive. He had Skytoss ready to go. He had the Fleet Beacon. He had like 4 Stargates back at home. Instead was forced into his own all in, and Dark is eliminated from the KSL. From this week's KSL. GG, well played. Nightmare will advance on. And now we have our semifinals. Oh boy, I hope you like some PVTs, because all the Zerg players have since been eliminated. Solar has fallen, Dark has fallen. I don't think Shin competed this week, so a little bit less Zerg representation. And that means we have our top 4. We have Creator. We have Creator versus Gumiho on one end. And we have Nightmare versus Oliveira on the other. Oh boy. Let us go. I'm going to need a moment here to set things up, and we are going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break here, and going to be setting things up. Take this moment to hydrate your hydras, to get some water, you know, go to the bathroom, get some snacks, get some food, and get ready for the semifinals. Again, we're going to be casting both semifinals and the grand finals after this short break. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals of the Korean StarCraft League, week number 51. We just wrapped up with the quarterfinals matches, and we had some insane results, some insane upsets. If you're a Zerg fan in the chat, I apologize as we have run out of Zergs. It's nothing but Protoss and Terran here tonight. And what is interesting is that it is not some of the Protoss and Terrans that we're used to. The reason for this is a lot of players are traveling. Players like Bjorn, for example. Bjorn, I mean, we've seen a lot of pictures on social media. He is currently in Canada. He's staying at the Shopify HQ. So Bjorn is usually one of the regulars here in this event. Players like Cure, players like Hero as well did not necessarily take part. I'm sure a lot of them getting ready here for the upcoming DreamHack Dallas that's on the horizon. So we do have some others instead. Of course, I'm not saying that there weren't any heavy hitters. I mean, Solar and Dark are the two best Zerg players in Korea. They still went down nonetheless. We have instead Oliveira versus Nightmare up first, followed by Creator versus Gumiho thereafter. Let's go. As we dive into game one, it's going to be on Crimson Court. Vámonos, man. Vámonos. Crimson Court is coming up next. For those who weren't here at the start of the broadcast, we casted Oliveira have a wild series versus Classic. Oliveira brought Classic down 2-1. It was an insane result. It was a very chaotic series. We saw some one-base all-ins. We saw some like 3-minute games. But we were able to sink our teeth into a longer macro game as well. And here we go. We're diving into our first semis, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have our red Protoss player from land of South Korea. Representing Bleed Esports, it is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Chinese Terran player. He just took down Classic 2-1. Representing Dragon Kai Z Gaming, it is Oliveira. Here we go. For those who maybe weren't around for it, I recommend watching the VODs, but Oliveira did end up going for a one-base all-in on Ghost River, and he was able to catch Classic completely off guard. Classic, unfortunately, had gone for a Stargate opener. Oh, looks like we're just confirming that this is, yep, the first game, but did confirm it was a Stargate opener. And it was Phoenix first against a one-base all-in, which was brutal. On top of that, we were unable to scatter ahead of time, and Oliveira snowballed out of control. And they also had a more back-and-forth macro game on Alkyone, which did lead into kind of 4-base versus 4-base, and was a lot more back-and-forth, but did also go Oliveira's way. So I'm excited to see how Oliveira does approach Nightmare, as Nightmare has some killer PvT. Even though we just saw Nightmare bring down Dark, historically, Nightmare's PvZ has been his weakest matchup. Straight up, like his Protoss versus Zerg pales in comparison to his PvP and PvT, so I kind of like Nightmare coming into this. Like, Oliveira is hot off taking down Classic, but at the same time, Nightmare has been impressing us as well. It's been very impressive. Nightmare, as of late, has been just dominating Cure and Bjorn in PvTs, so again, his PvT is nothing to really scoff at. But now, just going for Gate Expand, or Gate Cyber Expand. Back at home, he does end up recalling that probe, does get it back, and Oliveira is going for a double gas opener, which is scouted. Double gas opener leads into a faster factory. You can see the Reaper looking for the probe, but it hasn't made it back home. Now, even though Oliveira has gone for one base all-in already here tonight, I don't expect to see that unless we're on a smaller map like Ghost River, or maybe Post. Oh, no, Post Youth not really. On a map like Ghost River, for example, is where I would expect that. Not here, as Oliveira does expand. Does take his natural. Behind this, Nightmare is going for a Stargate opener in his main. Reaper's goal is to get eyes on that, to get a read on whether it's a Stargate, a Robo, or a Twilight Council. Oliveira trying to find out, is zoned away from the main. So far, Nightmare is keeping up. Doesn't keep up. And we are settling into our 1-1-1. Okay, so Oliveira, he's not going for any kind of committed bio-heavy composition. He's not going for too heavy of two-base aggression either. Just working towards his drop play. Was the Reaper still unable to find a way into the main? Is zoned back and is shut down. Very nice movement there from Nightmare. Does keep up and shuts down the first Reaper. Looking at Oliveira, he wasn't able to confirm much of anything, so he's still in the dark as to what Nightmare is working with. We can see it's going to be a Stargate into Phoenix opener. from our Protoss. Massing up Phoenixes. Widow Mines are in position. We have our first Widow Mine here outside at the third base. Meanwhile, we're getting into our medevac to go for some drop play. And we'll see if Nightmare can come across it. Interesting as Nightmare, he's going for not a Robo, not a Bay. He's going for a Twilight Council. Okay. It's looking like Phoenix Charge Lot. Something we don't see too often anymore. Drop is moving out. Phoenix is spotted by that Widow Mine. We try to catch it. Instead, we come across the Adepts instead. Medevac is forced back. It's going to be shut down by the Phoenixes. We do unload in time. We just save the Medevac. And a very tense moment here as Oliveira is forced all the way back home. Mindshot is going to be going off on those Adepts. Oh, not quite. Nightmare does react in time, does pull away. So we dive into the main base. We're going to be reactoring out Vikings, actually. And we're rushing into early tank production. Despite seeing the Phoenixes, Oliveira, he's going to be committing. He's building up towards a tank push. A very, very heavy tank push here. With tanks, Vikings, we could go into a Liberator behind this after the initial wave of Vikings. We're moving out. Now the army is spotted. Can Nightmare hold on? Back at him, what do we have? We have a shield battery. We have a second shield battery. Now we got a third shield battery on the way. He realized how committed this is. We need more. Again, because there's no robot, there's no immortal. Without an immortal, I'm not sure if we can hold on. It's going to be close. Phoenixes, they try to pick up some reinforcements. They came to the production. Tank is within range. Back at home. One of the Vikings is going to be going down, and upon seeing the shield, we're going for the tank as well. Boys are going to be pulled. Boys should repair. We keep the tank alive, and Oliveira, he races back home. Upon seeing the defensive setup here, he doesn't believe he can break it. And we'll pull back. The Phoenixes will get away. Nightmare only loses one Adept throughout all of that, and he survives. Oh, spoke too soon. Lose a probe as well. But Nightmare does survive. Oliveira, he races back home, working towards the third base. Now, even though Oliveira committed quite heavily there, what I will say is that at least Oliveira keeps his tanks alive. Most of the tanks and most of the Vikings did survive that, and that means we're going to be able to hit a stronger timing with Stim, with a 3-base setup, later on down the line. At least we did preserve our units. These Vikings are a little bit less useful just because Nightmare is not going Colossus. He's going Charge, so yeah, these Vikings, they're, I wouldn't say dead supply, but they're going to help as much as they otherwise would. Pieces they dip in, they catch a Widow Mine. Do we have a bunker on the low ground? We do not. Nightmare is going to try and break this. Oh my god, he's crazy. Into 3 tanks at a pre-siege, that is not going to happen. Nightmare, he face checks, he backs the hell off. Bleeds out a couple of gateway units, and we're going for a third. We're calming things down. We're macroing up. Third base on the way for Nightmare. Third base on the way for Oliveira. We have Charge and Storm on the side of our Protoss player. And we'll see how the game settles from here. Honestly, I do like Oliveira's position a lot more, just because of how late this third is. Typically, we would want the third base to be a lot faster from the side of the Protoss to keep up with the muling of the Terran. But the third base is finishing up at around the same time. Sure, Oliveira, he hasn't landed his own location yet, but I'm sure soon will. And there it is. It's being taken. So Oliveira is keeping up economically with his opponent. Tanks are in position as well on the high ground. Working towards a bio tank. Stim combat shields. Drilling claws on the way as well. And Nightmare is building up his own army behind this. Still no secure splash damage. We have Storm, yes, but we have not worked towards robot production, towards Colossus or Disruptors. I'm sure if the game goes on longer, we will. For now, we're heavily reliant on these Storms. If Oliveira were to move out. We can see that he's not. He's focusing on his upgrade timing instead. Nightmare once again moving out. What is our defensive setup here? We've got a solid line of tanks. We have Widow Mines. The Observer does have eyes on all of this. Does have eyes on the tanks now. Nightmare, he does see. He knows. And we're going in with those Storms. He wants the Marines. Oh, massive storm here on the Marines, and every single Marine goes down. The tanks are lifted, and Nightmare, he's breaking this position. Goes for a massive warp in into the natural. GG gets called a very decisive move here, and Nightmare takes game number 1. Oh my god. That was crazy. GG. Things escalated very quickly there. I mean, Oliveira, he was hoping to go for a longer game. He was pretty decently set up, but again, because of that observer, like Nightmare, he came in with a plan. He knew exactly what he wanted there. He went for the storms on the bio. He picked up all the tanks. He was able to warp in behind it as well, or even in the face of Oliveira. Very quick, very decisive. GG. And with that, Nightmare takes the lead. Damn. GG, well played. Now we're diving into game number 2. It's going to be on Oceanborn. Okay. But that was scary. Not gonna lie. But here we go. We're diving into our next game, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Bleed Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Blue Terran player representing CranKy Gaming. Ooh. Down in the series, looking to bounce back, it is Oliveira. Go. Again, you could definitely argue that Oliveira, he was in a less than ideal position just because his initial tank timing didn't do much. On top of that, a lot of his defense as well would have been heavily reliant on his Viking positioning, which is also why the Observer was so important. If the Vikings were able to get, I should say, if Oliveira was able to scout the army ahead of time, if the Vikings were able to zone away the War Prism specifically and zone away the Phoenixes, then it's a different game, right? Then suddenly Oliveira can hold, then suddenly the storms aren't as perfect and the lifts aren't as ideal. A lot of it did come down to the fact that Nightmare had vision, Oliveira did not. Oliveira, he was not able to prepare himself for said attack, and now we're settling into game 2. We'll see how Nightmare does approach this. This time, Oliveira going for a single gas opener. Okay, so Oliveira is going for a Rax into expansion, going for a more economic build. SV comes down, and it's on Nightmare to be as annoying as possible and delay the expansion if he can. He won't be able to. It does confirm it, but the CC is on the way. So Oliveira going to be switching gears here in game number 2. Having a much more cool, calm, and collected early game. It's going to be focusing on its economy. Meanwhile, Nightmare opening up Gate Cyber Expand. If you remember last game, it was a Stargate Phoenix opener. Here on Oceanborn, we'll see if we embrace the Twilight Council and Blink Stalkers instead. I'm hoping for that at least. Suplex Proton. Ah, yes. All of the above. And there it is. Twilight Council is our take of choice. Reaper doesn't dip into the main yet. Ooh, is going to be zoned away. And we've seen that Nightmare has done a great job at this so far, even in game 1. Was able to deny any kind of scouting that Oliveira had. As the Reaper is forced all the way back. Interesting follow-up. Okay, so it was an economic opener, true, with a faster command center, but behind this we're going for a Rax, and I imagine a third Rax as well. This looks to be a 3-1-1 setup here with a delayed starport. If that's the case, yep, there it is, there's a third Rax. This is a very aggressive build. Again, we're delaying starport production in favor of a stim timing. We're going to be rushing on into our tech labs, into our reactors, into stim, into a bio army, and this can hit quite hard. So far, we haven't scattered much. We saw the factory, but not much else. This bio army is going to be amassing. There are variants of this where you skip the starport and you pull the boys. You just go all in. You know, if we were casting Hon Mono, if we were casting maybe Bjorn, then I'd be leaning towards that. Oliveira, I'm not so sure. Not so sure if he would embrace a more all-in variation of this build. Yeah, As you can see, we're just rushing into our first tank as well. Adept's going to be scouted. We get in. Oh, this is big. Adept does get into the main base. We see everything in the main. We confirm the racks. We confirm the tech lab on the factory and the lack of starport. Okay, so he's going to be taking a lot of damage. We do get one. Oh, we get the mule. And a worker as well. This Adept, we even shade out. Should be chased down. But very nice scouting there. You can see Nightmare immediately shield battery. Shield battery's on the way. Immortal production has commenced. We're playing it safe. If Nightmare wanted to be greedy, we can skip the Immortal, go for a Bay, rush into Colossus, but Nightmare is making sure he has an arm here as early as possible, as quickly as possible. Stalker's also in position to try to slow down the army here at the ramp. And here comes that starport from Oliveira. So it is not going to be a 2-base all-in variation. Starport is on the way. Nightmare is working towards charge. Still no third. That is interesting to me. We should have an expansion here. But Nightmare, he throws down 3 more gates. Okay, speaking of 2-base all-ins, this is very committed here from our Protoss. I mean, our pylon, that tells us that Nightmare maybe is thinking of expanding, but say late third. It is going to be a very late third base from Nightmare, just doubling down, working towards the Templar Archives as well as the third base goes down, working towards charge. So you can read this one of 2 ways. Either Nightmare is being hyper aggressive and trying to pivot away from that, or being hyper defensive, right? With all these extra gateways, if a push did arrive, we would have quite an army to deal with it. Still no third CC from Oliveira. Drop is moving out. It is not spotted. Nightmare doesn't have an observer on the map. Interesting. So, no vision. Double drop is moving out. Storm is on the way. Depth threatens a shade and should recognize that we are missing some Marines. And we're coming in from behind. Let's go. I'll go here to force out the blink and to surround the army. There's the blink! And we catch every single Stalker. We force the recall. But every Stalker goes down. And now we're pushing. Now we're committed. What do we have at home to defend? We have Chargeless. We have an Immortal. We have Storm that is not quite done. It's being chroned as we speak. We need that Storm. Oliveira scanning the third base. Spots all the Chargelots. Double jump on the right-hand side. Waiting for reinforcements. And it looks like Storm is going to finish. We have 3 High Templar here on the left-hand side. Ready to flank. But the drop comes in. And Nightmare not quite in position. Mine's just going to be going up. And here comes the main army towards the third. And drop continues to lift. Heads into the main base. There are no blink stalkers to shut down the drop. And the third is being broken. Nightmare is being pulled apart. And it's just being pulled left and right. There's only 1 tank behind this. Good Storm. With Storm on the buyer. 14 probes going to be going down. The drop in the main! It was not cleaned up! The drop was not dealt with. We meet up with the first drop with the second. We get 27 worker kills, and we go for the High Templar. There's 1 Storm. The Prism goes down. The High Templar as well. And Oliveira is snowballing out of control. Again, Nightmare, he spotted the main army, but just wasn't able to keep up. Not with the drop play. Not with the multi-prong aggression. 35 workers go down. We get a medevac, but the rest of the army does escape. Back at home, third CC finishing up. GG gets called as there's just too much to come back from, and Oliveira ties up the series 1-1. We're going to the ace match. Let's go. GG. Again, it all popped off there. I mean, it was a beautiful move from Oliveira to come in from behind to catch out all those Stalkers. Because all the Stalkers went down, that was most of the anti-air that Nightmare had. That's why the drops got out of hand. That's why we couldn't keep up and we couldn't shut down those medevacs for so long, because there were barely any Stalkers. There were like 2 Stalkers left over. We had Storm, sure, but yeah, we just weren't able to keep up. GG, well played. We're going to game 3. Going to that third game. And this has been a pretty intense series. Like, it's been very aggressive. Our players have been trying to work towards 3-base setups, but if you remember in game 1, it was Oliveira who got caught with his pants down. Here in game 2, the roles were reversed and it was Nightmare being caught out. The games have been very decisive, I should say. Now we're getting into game 3 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Bleed Esports, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Chinese Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Dragon Kai Gaming, tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. Can he keep up that momentum? It is Oliveira. Let's go. Ready? I'm excited. Again, we're loading into one of the more macro-oriented maps in the map pool. Alkyone, this was the map where we saw a longer back and forth between Oliveira and Classic, where Classic built up towards a very hefty robo-based army with Colossus, with Disruptors, and he got surrounded right here. In this position, Oliveira, he was able to come in from the north, from the south, and completely surround and collapse the army. He was able to win it from there. We'll see how Nightmare does differ from Classic. So now it's going to be another double gas opener. Similar build to game 1 from Oliveira. As we're going for a faster factory, we're going for a delayed economy or delayed TC. Oh, yes, if he takes a lot of hits, he's going to have to get the hell out of there. And we do fully wall off. Okay, so Nightmare's in the dark. Nightmare didn't see the gases, and for all he knows, there could be a CC on the way on the high ground. Oh god! As we get an SCV kill, oh no, that should not have happened. Smooch. Feels bad, man. As Nightmare, yeah. Oliveira's like, what can I do, Poppy? Like, I'm trying to help. I'm pretty sure Oliveira was trying to force the RNG on the SCV. It just refused to go over. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. So a very nice start here from Nightmare. Gets the SCV kill. That should not have happened. Some RNG was unfortunately not working well there for Oliveira. But at least Nightmare didn't scout the main. So again, as I was getting into, he's not aware if there's a CC behind this or a factory, how many gases. We can see factory's about to finish. Oh, going for fast Widow Mine production, not Hellions. Okay. You have my attention. This could be the beginnings of a mine drop based opener. So yeah, Starport's on the way. Reaper does escape. As Oliveira's getting ready with his Widow Mines, we have a Stargate for Nightmare. Stargate has been thrown down here at the natural. Not the first time we've seen this from our Protoss. I imagine for a Phoenix based opener, but we could see Oracles instead if we wanted to be more aggressive. Reaper dips in, no scouting, no tech here in the main. This is the advantage of hiding your tech at the natural instead. It is more exposed, especially against a 2-base push with the low ground, but it is hidden from the Reaper. Here comes that medevac. How many Widow Mines? Only one. Okay, it's only the one Widow Mine getting to a Cyclone into a Marine drop thereafter. I see the Bible thumb in the chat. Ah. As Oliveira is soon going to be moving out. Medevac has arrived. We can, of course, reinforce the army with the Cyclone on the ground as the Marines and Widow Mine are moving out from the air. Now, what's important here is that, the Adept does shade across and does get eyes on the drop. Nightmare does spot this. And he's going to be able to threaten the mineral line. What is there at home to defend? Uh-oh. One Marine. There's one Marine back at home. Boys are being pulled. This one Adept is getting quite a bit done. And across the map, here comes that drop, which was spotted. Oh! Can we get the medevac? We get a couple of hits in. Cyclone does get a lock on. Adept goes down. And we're threatening that pylon. Threatening the production. Widow Mine not quite in position. We're diving on the medevac once again. Ooh, does survive. Mine shot not quite going up. Medevac goes down. And we will shut down the Reaper. If the Reaper falls, that is all the high ground vision. Oh, we get the Phoenix! Phoenix goes down, both Phoenixes go down, and we get the pylon as well. Very successful push. Oh my god, we get 2 Stalkers. Oliveira, calm down. He resets the Fiends count, gets the Stalkers, gets the hell out of there. Back at home, what did we lose? We lost 2 SCVs. I mean, one of them died at the start of the game, so 1 SCV went down. We do minimize our losses. Oliveira does get back home. Oh my god. And we have a 3rd CC on the way. And we're not done with our aggression, by the way. Our follow-up is going to be tank production and Banshees. Cloak Banshees are on the way. The first Banshee is already moving out. What do we have at home to defend? If we had Phoenixes, then we would be in quite a good position here. We'd be able to deal with this. But look at our army size. Look at what we have. We have 3 Stalkers in the main. The Fiends count was reset and we have no more Phoenixes. And we're waiting for that Cloak. Cloak is done. Banshee making its way towards that natural. Nightmare still no 3rd. Still no 3rd base. Do we have detection? We don't have detection! Oh my god. No observer. Inside observer's on the way as we speak. We head into the main. 2, 3, 4 probes going to be going down to depth. Say shaded across the map, but we are in position. We're ready for this. Do we wall off? We do. Wall off in time. And we get 7, 8, 9 probe kills. Where's the observer? It's just now on the way. Finally, it does arrive, but it's more than worth it. We get 11, 12 probe kills. And we're getting into our 3rd. And Oliveira, he's safe and sound again. There's no Phoenixes to harass him. There's no Blink Stalkers because it was a Phoenix opener. He cripples the economy. He's getting his own 3rd base. And he's building up an army. Stim +1 combat shields. Oliveira, he's looking quite solid here so far. The Adepts say do shade in. That should not have happened. We bust into the main. We get a full scout. And we do get some economic damage done. Very necessary damage here from Nightmare. As Oliveira did fumble a little bit. We're not done. We get 7 SCVs. We get 8 SCVs. Oh my god. It's 3 Adepts. 10. 10 workers go down. And we do disrupt some of the production as well. Very nice counter damage here from Nightmare. And we are getting back into this. Again, very necessary here that Nightmare got that damage that he did, as otherwise he would just be falling further behind. 10 SCVs go down. Nightmare now maintains a worker lead. And we're working towards Storm again. Interesting. So we're not working towards a Robotics Bay or Colossus. Storm is on the way. Oliveira's pushing now. Nightmare is vulnerable. He has no splash damage. He has a shield battery. He has Nova Charge. He has a couple of charge lots. But there is potential with this push. Like, Nightmare has not yet recovered. Nightmare needs more time. And Oliveira's pushing in. We do have force fields. We don't mind taking a focus down. Second Immortal has arrived. And the tank does siege. It's going to be targeted down. The tank will fall. Order at the Marines. Order at the Bio Army. Sim is finishing up in 1 second. And with Sim, we can focus down the Immortals. The overcharge, it doesn't even matter. It's not good enough. And we have broken the 3rd base. And there's nothing left. GG gets called. And Oliveira will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. Whew, GG. GG, well played. A very, very decisive attack there from Oliveira. He was on a very low SCV count. He was on 43 workers back at home. But he knew that he had dealt so much damage. He knew that in that moment, Nightmare was vulnerable. He had 2 Immortals on the high ground. He had a handful of gateway units. Nothing else there was ready. And Oliveira takes the series. GG, well played. That was a wild series, by the way. Game 1, Game 2, and Game 3. GG, well played. My condolences to Nightmare, as he is going to be eliminated from the tournament. But Nightmare did very well for himself. You know, I don't want to take away from Nightmare. He went to the ace match against Oliveira. Nightmare, he eliminated Dark from the tournament. Dark, who's one of the favorites, usually is one of the favorites for these online weeklies for tournaments, period. And he was knocked out early on by Nightmare. GG, well played. Oliveira is waiting in that grand finals, waiting for the winner of our next series. Up next, we have another PvT, Creator versus Gumiho. Here we go. Will it be a mirror matchup finals or another Terran versus Protoss? We are here to find out. Let us go. But yeah, really well done here by Oliveira, especially considering that Oliveira, it's difficult because he's a world champion, so there's a lot to live up to and there's a lot of expectations from him, and Oliveira hasn't necessarily been meeting said expectations. So we've seen a bit of like a rocky aftermath after IEM, after that previous IEM win. But yeah, really nice result so far here from Oliveira to make it into those finals. And who's it going to be up against? We're here to find out. Going to be loading into Oceanborn for game 1 of Creator and Gumiho. Let's go. Let us go. Can I believe both of these players are going to be traveling to DreamHack Dallas in the next couple of days for that big event on the horizon. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Club NV. It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Red Terran player representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. Again, Creator eliminated Solar to make it this far, to make it into the semifinals. Did take down another big, heavy hitter. But now it's up against a Terran player. Now, different matchup entirely. Curious to see how Creator has approached this. Historically, Creator has been very fond of Storm play and a more gateway-heavy composition, but I'm curious how he approaches Gumiho. More often than not, Creator goes for Blink-based openers or Twilight Council / Robo-based openers, less so Stargate. But that was of, a couple of months ago at the start of the year where we were able to cast a little bit more Creator. Nowadays, I'm curious how Creator has adapted and adjusted in the new patch, in the new map pool. As Gumiho is opening up double gas opener, going for a factory as a follow-up. We'll have a delayed command center as the probe is going to be zoned away, and the factory should soon be thrown down. So we have a more aggressive opener here by Gumiho. Now, what is scary, and we've been casting a lot of Gumiho as of late. We casted him at Stars War 11. That was 2 weeks ago. That was an offline event in China. And Gumiho did fairly well for himself. And if you remember, Gumiho had a best of 5 versus Showtime in a Terran versus Protoss. And if you missed out on the event, I highly recommend watching the VODs. We have the VODs on Twitch and on YouTube. Gumiho played mech. Gumiho, he mech'd it up against Showtime, and he beat him. He was able to win that series and did win some games with mech. Gumiho also lost some games with mech. To be fair, it was not the cleanest of series. It went all the way to the ace match against Showtime. It was a beautiful best of 5. But Gumiho did whip out some mech. So I'm curious if he will do the same here versus Creator, at least at some point in this series. Again, mech is a rare thing against Protoss, but a couple of Terran players have been dabbling in it. Gumiho's one, Maru's the other. Again, if you watch Stars War 11, you would have seen Maru play mech as well. They both mech'd it up over that weekend against Protoss. As we do have a Twilight Council opener from Creator. Twilight Council from our Protoss working towards Blink. Again, historically we've seen that Creator is more fond of either a Twilight Council or a Robo-based opener in this matchup. We'll point out whenever there's a Stargate. Back at home, we do have Reactored Reaper Hellion from Gumiho. Something a little bit more standard here. We didn't see this at all from Oliveira in his series. We saw a lot of mine openers into drop play with Cyclones. Here it's going to be Reactored Reaper Hellion. With this, Gumiho, his goal is to get into a mineral line and to roast up some probes. The Adept does move out. Ooh, we do not, thankfully. We cancel the Shade. Hallucination's going for the Scout, and Gumiho, he's diving on into the Natural. And we go for the Sentry. The Sentry is going to fall. We bleed out in a Reaper already. Reaper goes down. Adept does fall. The probes are under fire. Gumiho getting a bit done here already. Getting even more. We got 3 probes in the natural base. Reapers, they do just outposition that Stalker. Pulling it left and right. Getting a 4th probe. Busting into the main. And can we get another? 4 probes so far. Up. Getting a 5th and a 6th. And we shouldn't quite get a 7th worker, but this is already some very nice damage here from Gumiho. Gets a full Scout and some damage. Getting a 7th probe towards the end. A very nice start from Gumiho. And behind this, we're building up towards a fast third CC. Okay, I was not expecting this. So Gumiho being very greedy. This is a third CC before Starport. My apologies. I was so fixated on the Reaper Hellion harass I didn't even notice. So Gumiho is not going for a follow-up push. He has done a lot of economic damage, and he is getting further ahead in the economy with that fast third base. We're just building up tanks and bunkers, and we're just going to be fortifying ourselves and defending back at home. And thankfully, that is some more Vaxes. We're playing Bio, not Mech. Not yet. It's only game 1. I'm hoping for Mech at least at some point in this series, whether it's game 2 or even game 3 if we go that far. Stalkers, they dip in. Ooh, we punish Creator. Stalker does go down. Creator, we need to calm down a little bit here. Stalker does fall. Back at home, third base is on the way. Working. It's going to be two base blink. Sorry, 2-gate blink into a third. Followed by the rest of our production. The rest of our setup. And despite the fact that Gumiho did open up economically, we're being a little bit greedy in a sense, as in we're taking up towards Banshees. It's a little bit risky just because if the Banshees get shut down, then, you know, Gumiho is going to be a little bit behind when it comes to his Starport production, his medevac production specifically. The Banshees are moving out. Gumiho setting up on 2 bases, building up his Raxes, working towards Stim. Remember, Blink is done, so Creator, he can contain his opponents. He's going for the bunker once again. Our repairs are going to be a little bit too late, and the bunker should fall. Or will it? The repairs are too good. It does hold on. Very nice defense here from Gumiho. Bleeds out 2 Marines, but, well, worth it. Because he does hold on. Banshee's lurking outside the natural. We activate the cloak. We're going in. And do we have any detection? We do have an observer on the way, just popping out just now, just in time. Stalkers are responding. We get 3 probes so far. Do get 3 workers, and we should shut this down. Whew. Okay, not as much damage as Oliveira. If you remember, Oliveira almost won his game by getting 12 worker kills with his first Banshee. I mean, he won the game, but like almost won it then and there. I mean, here Creator was a lot better prepared. Like very, very thankful, of course, that the Observer came out just in time. He had some Stalkers in position. Creator does defend, getting his third. These Banshees have not paid for themselves yet, but at least they're still alive. They're still active, they're still out there. They can still come in and deal even more damage. There's potential. Meanwhile, Creator moving out. A charge is done. Does have the Warp Prism. Creator going to be committing quite hard to this, actually. He does have that Gateway Explosion behind this. We catch out the Banshees. Both Banshees will fall. Yeah, it is going to be a 3-base, 8-gate all-in. And Creator, he's committed. His goal here to kill Gumiho here and now. Doesn't quite get the medevac. Boys are being pulled. Where is that tank? There is no tank inside. It's just going to be the Marines and the Marauders. We're going to try to hold on. We need bunkers. Alas, there are none here at the third. Creator, just wait for another warp in. Never mind. Going towards a second Robo and a Bay behind this. Skin reveals the third. Creator trying to transition out of this. Gets a medevac. But without any Widow Mines and without any tanks, I do think we can break this. It's not going to be easy. Creator just banking up his warp-ins. Banking up his reinforcements. Trying to come in for a surround. Does get the Widow Mine. Immortal production has commenced. Charge also coming in. Very tense moment here for Gumiho. Does force back those Stalkers. Gets an Observer. Force fields are not too bad, but yeah, there's no follow-up. Creator does have to retreat. Gumiho has a massive bio army. And we're pushing. Now we have Stim, Combat Shields, Concussive Shell, +1. Gumiho going for a massive counterattack. And Creator, he has to slow this down. Shaves off a couple of Marines. Scans, there's no Colossus. There are force fields though. There are sentries. This Creator's trying to keep up. Trying to pick off some of those Widow Mines. Gumio pushing in, up in supply. Force fields are thrown down. We do shave off some of the army. But a hot pickup from Gumiho does save most of it. Overcharge is popped. And it's putting in quite a lot of work. Creator holding the line. Losing a lot of Zealots. Mainly Zealots. Gumiho shuts down, denies the fourth. Widow Mines are cleaned up. And the Colossus arrive. Okay, we've held on long enough. We have our first two Colossus. Creator has held. Okay, he's going to try and chase this down. Pushing down this ramp, it's not going to happen. It's not going to be easy. Scanner reveals the Warp Prism. Gumiho did spot it, is aware. Trying to bait out the army. Back up fourth base on the way. Gumiho has eyes on this as well. As Creator attempts to expand towards the center of the map. Prism comes in. And Gumiho not quite ready for this. Ah, no, we're fine. The SCVs are kept safe and sound. Prism dives into the main. We have the Liberators, and it looks like the Warp Bid will complete, but only two. Only two Zealots. Well, this does at least force Gumiho back home. As 6 SCVs, 7 SCVs go down. Creator trying to get eyes on the fourth. He's got Zealots on the left, Soldiers in the middle. Does catch a Lib. Oh, gets two. Does catch two Liberators. And back at home, we're up to 3 Colossus and now Disruptors. Creator, he has successfully survived, transitioned out of his initial aggression, out of his initial all-in. But still a very close game. Creator is going for the fourth base, and Gumiho likewise going for the fourth of Creator. We're going for a base trade. Fourth bases are denied, and does anyone turn back around? Or do we commit? Oh, we're committing. we're sending it, Bobby. Creator rushing into the natural. Gumiho a little bit late to the party here, going towards the third. As Creator is going straight for the kill, going straight for the production. It's came to the main base, came to the production. Gumiho instead going for the economy, knocking down the third, eventually the natural as well. And Creator can always recall. Bear that in mind. Nova's going to be going off. Vikings chase down Colossus, but we do survive. Keep the Colossus alive. And Creator, he does save some workers here in the Warp Prism. They are saved. As likewise, Gumiho is headed into the main base. There's nothing in the main base. There's no Disruptor waiting for him. And SCVs are also saved. We have money. We can throw down some bases for both players. Let's go. So the base trade is under full swing and both players can survive it. What about the size of the armies here? We have 2 Disruptors, 3 Colossus. In a head-on fight, I think I like Creator, especially with his Disruptors. There are only 2 Liberators for Gumiho, and his army is actually becoming a bit oversimmed. Like, the medevacs are out of energy. Medevacs are out of energy here. Rax is floating back home. Buildings are running out. Creator, we need a Nexus soon, buddy. We need. I mean, we have a couple of pylons thrown around, but Creator will need Nexus. We're now pushing on 40s, racing back home. Here we go. Creator trying to push into his own base. Now Gumiho's. There's a Nexus towards the south. Never goes off. Takes down one Marauder. Remember, we have another Disruptor. Bunkers are finishing up. Liberation zones are set up as well. Colossus have arrived. The Immortals up! Going for the bunker. Not a bad Nova. The first bunker goes down. Oh, the Immortals, they almost overextend. Creator does keep it alive. I'll pick up there from Creator. And now he's within range of the bunker. Gumiho trying to repair, trying to keep it alive. He has finite resources. Look at the army tab. Have a good amount of fire. Still topping up. Still not at full HP. Up! Up! Oh my god, lip shots. Calm down. Nova goes off. We catch the SCVs! And the bunker has been broken. The salvage does not finish it. Does barely not finish in time. Whew. And now, We stand off. We have hallucinated Archons. They can tank some Liberator shots. The first two. And they do tank them. We dive on in. We focus on the Liberators immediately. The Colossus, they're going ham. Nova's not quite going off. And it looks like we have too much Protoss. Too much Creator. He breaks through the main army. And Creator, he will take this base trade. There's nothing left. GG gets up. I think Gumiho, he's asking if he has an economy. He's asking if there's mining. There is. GG gets called, and Creator takes game one. Ooh, GG. Ooh. Again, if Creator didn't have any mining, and if he didn't have the ability to make a Stargate and make Phoenixes, then technically Gumiho could force a draw. So Gumiho was just confirming, like, is it possible to draw it? No. Okay. GG. GG, well played. Creator does take the first game. Whew. Very, very chaotic game as well. Again, we saw some aggression out of Creator initially, followed by Gumiho, very back and forth. We made it into almost maxed out armies, and then we embraced the base trade. Creator did come out on top. Now we're diving into game number 2. Let's go. The old saying of never base trade a Terran is now the never base trade a Protoss. I mean, Protoss, their advantage in base trades, I mean, we didn't see it here, is the recall. Like, recall is pretty huge in base trades. It's a pretty big deal. Didn't come into play, and the floated buildings did not matter for Gumiho. And now we're getting into our next game, into game number 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our blue Protoss player representing Club NV, leading the series 1-0. One game away from making it to the grand finals. Can he close it out here and now? It is Creator. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Terran player representing Cloud9, down in this series, but looking to bounce back and force that ace match. It is Gumiho. Saving the Prism was clutch. It was very clutch. He was able to save, what was it, like 5 to 6 probes in that Prism, able to throw down that Nexus. I mean, there were still buildings out on the map, but it was mainly about having an economy, being able to have an economy to be able to, again, create that anti-air, create those air units to make sure that there was no draw. So very nicely done there by Creator. As we're settling into our game. Once again, double gas opener from Gumiho. Gonna be racks into factory, and we're loading into Ghost River. Uh-oh. Okay. Now, if you remember the last time we were here in a PvT, Oliveira went for a one base all-in. Now, I'm not saying we have to see one base all-in at a Gumiho, but we speak about this all the time. We bring this up all the time for Ghost River. Aggression is favored. Aggression is difficult to deal with on this map, and my eyes are definitely on Gumiho to see how hard he commits. See his starport timing, his second CC, his third CC as well. Keep an eye on Gumiho. Likewise, I imagine Creator is going to open up Twilight Council. Like, it's a safer way to play, opening up Blink with Stalkers. It's so risky opening up Stargate on this map. We saw Classic punished for his Stargate opener against Oliveira. We'll see. We shall see. As our first Reaper is moving out. Trying to get a read on what's going on. There is the command center on the way for Gumiho. CC on the high ground. Again, because of the short rush distance by ground, it is not uncommon for the Protoss player to make a Zealot first. To send it across the map, and to delay your command center. So, again, very safe play here from Gumiho. Something that you would do on this map and not on many others. And we have our tech of choice, Twilight Council opener. Okay, so it's going to be Blink from Creator. Whether it's 2-gate Blink, 3-gate Blink, or 4-gate Blink, yet to be determined. We'll keep an eye on the gateway count from our Protoss player to see how aggressive or defensive he wants to be. If you recall in the last game, it was 2-gate Blink into a 3rd. Meanwhile, back at home, Gumiho getting into his 1-1-1. Ooh, going for a fast tech lab, going into fast tank production. Okay. Interesting. We're going... Oh, wait. Okay, there we go. We cancelled for a moment, restarted. We're going for a tank drop. We're going for a very early push. I believe this is designed to punish this area here, to focus down this pylon, to depower all of the tech, actually, as it's all in the same area, all in the same location. Gumiho does confirm that the Twilight Council is in position. It is Blink. And we can see that additional gateways are on the way. So it is not 2-gate Blink, it is 3-gate Blink Stalkers for now. So 3-gate Blink from Creator. He will have a lot more Stalkers to work with. This is a very safe way to play from the side of the Protoss player. 3-gate Blink will also give you map control as well once you deflect the first push. The Adepts move out. They do confirm the drop. You can see Gumiho making a beeline for that pylon. He is spotted. Creator is aware, and he's coming in with his Stalkers. Gumiho trying to make his way. He's intercepted. Marines are being shaved off out of range of the medevac. Oh! At the same time that we bleed out Adepts. 2 Adepts go down. But we're buying time for warp-ins, and we're slowing down the push. There's that warp-in in the main. 3 Stalkers. And you can see the Creator, he already has a backup pylon and another backup pylon as well, just in case. Keeping everything powered. 1 gateway is going to be depowered though. First pylon falls. And with that, Gumiho, yeah, he's going to get the hell out of here. I do like this, a really mature decision. He's gotten some damage done, but again, the chances are the Creator's going to be ready for this. Oh, as we threaten to drop into the main. Ooh, and back at home, we're settling into our 3-1-1 setup. 3 Vaxes, 1 factory, 1 starport. Tanks are amassing. Drop not quite committing yet. And there are Stalkers in position, so hopefully Gumiho doesn't commit. This medevac is so low, 1 volley is all it takes to bring it down. And across the map, Creator, he's coming in with his own harass. Remember, he has Blink, he has 3 gateways, and he has high ground vision. Ooh, he can try and deny combat shields. There is a tank, so I don't think we can get stim. But combat shields is going to be denied. We can focus it down. Again, thankfully it wasn't stim being researched. It should be safe and sound. So Creator, let's pull back. Drop still active. Still out there. Rotating around towards the right-hand side. No bunker on the low ground. The tanks are looking a bit exposed. We could try to dive into the natural. We're going for it. Here we go for the dive. First tank goes down. Second tank going to be going down as well. The Prism gets into the main base for a warp-in. Okay, to micro. And we will be able to juggle our Stalkers. We keep every Stalker alive, just barely. Oh, I spoke too soon. 1 Stalker, 2 Stalkers go down. 2 Stalkers barely go down. Across the map, drop comes in. Boys are being pulled. Tank does siege. We get 7 SCVs. Creator is being forced back. 6 probes go down. We have the overcharge. We have the shield battery. Medevac goes down. Creator will defend. Now we can focus on his push. And remember, there are 0 tanks. 0 tanks. 0 bunkers. Very little to defend. Gumiho, he's in a bit of trouble here. Stim is 10 seconds away. You can see without Stim, the Bio Army having a hard time. We shave off almost all the Marines. Ooh. Medevac goes down as well. Creator trying to force the issue. Does have a 3rd CC behind this, or 3rd Nexus. Barely saturated. Gets another Medevac. And with that Medevac count going down, it means that we cannot counterattack, we cannot harass. Stim is revealed. And Gumiho should be able to hold on now. Well, as Creator, he gets the depot. Just getting as much as he can. Tank has arrived. And Creator backs off. Scan reveals saturation at the 3rd. Bay is done. Colossus on the way. Colossus is in production. Ooh, and Gumiho is going to try and stabilize. Very risky move, going for an immediate drop across the map. The probe of Creator will spot this, will confirm. At the same time, Prism dipping in. Ooh, and Gumiho does not see this. Uh-oh. Creator is getting in position. Stalkers, they bust into the main. SCVs are going down. We get 4, we get 5, we get 6, 7. Can we get 8? Up, we can. 8 SCVs for 1 Stalker. Gumiho, we need to do some counter damage. He does it. Rotate around across the map. Hits the 3rd base. Does focus on the pylon. Denies the warp in. Well, we have a Colossus. And with the help of the Colossus, we're safe and sound. This Bio Army cannot touch the economy of Creator. Creator does defend. Second Colossus is already out. Third Colossus on the way. And Gumiho, he's down to 37 workers. His economy is crippled. Creator almost double the worker count. And Gumiho is so committed. Sims on forward, goes for the Colossus, does focus it down. Up! The overcharge! Keeps it alive a little bit longer. More Colossus on the way. Where is the army, by the way? Creator not taking this seriously. Or, I guess, in position for a drop in the natural. There we go, he does rotate around. Probes are falling. We're getting ever closer, but we're also running out of bio. Yeah, boys are being pulled. And we collapse on top of the army. The juggling good enough. And Creator, he's shutting this down. Up! Once again, the juggling saves a Colossus. Takes out the first tank, and now there's only one tank left. We did get 16 probe kills. Again, Creator, he was in position for a drop that never came. So more damage was dealt. Gumiho evening up the work count, going for his third CC on location. Desperation third. Prism headed towards the natural. Gumiho force back. The game is settling down for a moment, but we get a DT. We don't have that many scans. But we do have a scan available. Never mind, we have two. We're good. We have scans. We shut down the DT. 3 SCVs go down. 2 more Dark Templar into the main. Trying to force out the scan. The Prism is going to go down. So we get another DT, delaying the third. Ay. We need an economy. And we only have 2 orbitals. We don't have a scan available. This one DT getting even more damage done. Getting another SCV. Oof. And unfortunately, Gumiho just can't do anything about it. Not yet. Has to wait a little bit longer. There we go. We have our next scan. And back at home, Creator, he's already working on disruptors. Disruptor production has commenced. 2 Colossus, soon to be 2 disruptors. Gumiho moving out. Still very committed. Nova goes off and takes down a Marauder. Gets a Marauder. Gumiho dropping into the natural. DT rocks up once again. Third base is denied. And we're going for that disruptor. Ooh, Nova connects. The Nova does connect. GG gets called. Creator will take it 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Congratulations, as Creator will advance on, taking down Gumiho 2-0. A very chaotic game there on Ghost River. Very back and forth, very aggressive from both players. Again, so important that Creator was able to shut down the initial tank drop of his opponent. Able to punish his opponent as well, able to punish Gumiho. Unfortunately, despite scouting the opener, Gumiho was cutting corners. Gumiho did not have a bunker back at home on the low ground. Once Creator saw that, he abused it, he dove in, he shut down 2 tanks immediately, and yeah, things were going awry for Gumiho very early on in that game. Despite that, with his own aggression, he was able to get quite a bit done as well. Things are close, but in the end, Creator does take it. GG, well played. We have our grand finals. It is going to be Creator versus Oliveira. Let's go. We have our finalists. And as a reminder, our grand finals will be a best of 5, not a best of 3. Best of 5. Just need a moment to set things up. Some of the more unlikely players here, we saw something similar in ESL Asia as well, where some of the favorites were knocked out early on. This week in KSL, Dark got knocked out in the quarterfinals. Classic got knocked out in the quarterfinals as well. 2 of the more heavier hitters. Hero was nowhere to be found. And this week we have Creator and Oliveira instead. Let's go. I'm sure they've taken some KSL wins in the past. I'm sure they have. Yeah, they're not our typical players in those finals. I mean, again, Hero is the player that has the most wins in KSL. Hero is like the KSL champion with so many wins under his belt. You know, you have players like Bjorn, Cure, and Dark just behind him. So, yeah, really excited to see that we're going to be crowning a different champion this week. very different champion as we are getting ready. Shutting down the combat shields helps a bunch. Oh yeah, I mean there's a lot, right? There's like the dominoes were falling left and right. Whether it was, you know, denying combat shields, the tanks, the drop play, like there was a lot getting in, or even the harassment into the main base with those SCV kills. There was a lot that went on. True. Bro, where are you from? You're the most vague sounding looking guy, looking guy ever. You should be CIA. What does that mean? What are you talking about? Aye. Is it not blatantly obvious that I have an Aussie accent? Mate, what's going on? From land of Australia, papi. But true. Fun fact, as we get into our finals. Here in Australia, I've had like workmates and people ask me like, hey, where are you from? Like, where's your accent from? And I'm like, what? I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm from Australia. I was born here, mate. What are you talking about? It's like, and I've been told like I have like a slightly like British or like Canadian accent sort of thing. Like I've been asked if I'm from some different places, but no, yeah, just Australian, Aussie, full Aussie, mate. Kind of. My accent mainly comes from the fact that I'm Latin American. Like both of my parents are from Peru. I'm Peruvian. I have dual citizenship. Technically, I can play in like WCS Americas for Peru. True, I can. But I grew up with my family speaking Spanish at home. So when I was at home, I didn't really speak much English. So I guess the accents kind of like blended a little bit, where I would be at like school speaking English, at home speaking Spanish, and it turned into whatever this is. So there you go. I guess. As we are diving into our next game, into our grand finals. Let's go. Yeah, Peru, papi, Peru. From Mexico? No. Peru, papi. Lads from Texas. True. From Canada. And people I play with online say I have an accent, and it never occurred to me. Yeah, true. Peruvians has Japanese, so people never guess my race. Oh. I see. We're all multicultural, papi. Some words just sound American. Yeah. I have a certain way of speaking, I guess. I don't know how it came about, but there you go. But yes, I don't have a very strong Australian accent. I do sound more Aussie when I'm speaking to Aussies, though. Like when I'm speaking to other Australians, especially like Australian friends, I do say like mate a lot. I say like old mate a lot, and my vocabulary does change a little bit. And my accent changes a little bit as well. That is true. But here we go. We're diving into our grand finals, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Post Youth, we have our blue Protoss player from the land of South Korea, representing Club NV, just took down Gumiho in the best of 3 semifinals. It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Terran player representing KZ Gaming, DKZ. Just took down Nightmare in said semifinals. It is Oliveira. They have both proven themselves in this matchup in the PvT, but who can take it over the other? How will the series unfold? As for the first time tonight, we're loading in to Post Youth. Oh boy, here we go. And Post Youth, one of the more vetoed maps in the map pool, has a very unique feature on the has some very unique features as well. We have a hybrid gold base here as the Pocket Natural, or really the main base. It's wild, it's crazy. We have a free base to be taken. We also have a gold in the center of the map as well. We have a very short rush distance by ground, but we also have some pretty defendable, or we should say the bases themselves are quite spread out, so it can lead to longer games as well. There's a lot that comes into Post Youth, and most players want none of it. Most players, they just veto the hell out of this map, but we're here in a best of 5. In the best of 5, we are here. And Creator, what are we up to? Hello, Bobby. Okay, we're going for a proxy pylon across the map. I mean, this is prime for a proxy Stargate, which would be a nice way to make use of some of the other locations of this map. Again, this is very off by the wayside, very difficult, very unlikely to scout. It is going to be a double gas opener here from Oliveira, working towards a factory, and the Cyber Core has yet to complete. Waiting a couple seconds more here. Once it does complete, we can throw down the eventual, I imagine, Stargate. There's potential for like proxy Twilight Council, but there it is. Stargate is on the way. So it is going to be a Stargate opener here from Creator. And this should be for oracles. Should be to just amass oracles, get into the mineral lines, get some economic damage done. We have seen a resurgence of proxy Void Ray, but this is not. Oh wait, we're going for the gold! Oh my god! He says, wait, who wants the hybrid base when you can just take a full-on gold instead? Creator, he's popping off here. Okay, spicing things up in game number 1, going for the proxy into the gold. Oliveira checking his vision. He has not scouted anything yet, as Oliveira is skipping his SCV scout and he's going Marine first. Uh-oh. And we're going for a 1 base all-in. This is a 1-1-1. This is wild. Okay. So we have Creator going for a proxy to harass and deal some economic damage and being greedy behind it. Meanwhile, Oliveira's going for a 1 base all-in. And Creator doesn't know. Oliveira also doesn't know. No one knows what's going to happen. Okay. So a couple of things. We do have a massive amount of Marines, but we could try to actually focus down these Marines ahead of time, especially because they're softened up. We could try to focus them all down and then go for the mineral line. And without Marines, we're not going to have much for this all-in to really buffer for it, to really sustain it. Oracle dips around. Yet to confirm. Okay, we did at least see the lack of third. Okay, we're looking for the expansion. We confirm, sorry, the lack of natural base. Creator dips in, gets some SCV depth, gets some SCV kills. Marines coming back. Ooh, and we're getting a lot done. 4 SCVs go down, we get a 5th. Ooh, and barely not a 6th as we run out of energy. 5 SCV goes down, but Creator, he's now aware. He's now aware of the all-in. He's getting ready. But how can we get ready? This is our army. We have 1 gate. Uh-oh. We have 1 gateway back at home. We have 1 sentry, 1 oracle. We have 1 shield battery on the way. 2nd oracle, I guess, is coming in to help support, but Creator has nothing. And here comes Oliveira sieging up outside of the gold, or just at the gold. Shield battery is going to go down. We are desperately warping in as additional gateways are finishing up. But these tank volleys are brutal. Yeah, we have the force field at least, but it's not going to be enough. The Marines are holding their own. They focus down one of the oracles. And there's just nothing else here. There's nothing left. The risk you take when taking and rushing into the gold. I mean, would you really expect a 1 base all-in? It's Oliveira. He pulled off the 1 base all-in against Classic, and he's doing it here against the Creator. We have 1 Void Ray. We do focus down a Cyclone at least. But the Void Rays have been cleaned up. GG gets called, and Oliveira takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Again, Oliveira, he didn't even know that it was against a gold. Like, as a reminder, winding it back, because it was a 1 base all-in, Oliveira didn't go for an SCV scout. There was no Reaper scout. He had no idea what he was walking into. He's like, oh, okay, you have a gold. Let me just kill you. Let me just deal with this. GG, well played. A very chaotic game, and in the end, that was more of a build order win from Oliveira. I do think there was a chance if maybe Creator was more proactive, and with that first Oracle, if he dove on the Marines when they were on a lower Marine count, then maybe we could have shaved them off and lessened the army, and it would have lessened the impact of the push. But that's a big if. Like, it's just a really, really weird game state, and you don't often end up in that situation at all. So GG, well played. Oliveira does take the first game. We're diving into game number 2. I'm ready. I'm ready for the nonsense. I feel like we've set the tone. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Club NV. It is Creator. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player representing Dragon Kai Z Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Oliveira. Now, it was a wild 1 base all-in that we saw in game 1. I don't expect this again unless we end up on Ghost River, and even then, when you whip out a build like that, you typically don't want to do it again in the series. You know, your opponent is going to be a lot more aware that you're capable of doing such a thing, and Creator is going to be a lot more diligent when it comes to his scouting, I'm sure, as well. So, a wild way to start the series, but now we're going to be calming things down at least a little bit here on Golden Aura. Catching up in the chat. Lad is from Texas. Cyril's neighbor. True, true. We're all from Texas. I'll be at Dallas. Kappa. New founders land from Canada have a super different accent and a way of speaking, and I play with a couple and a Discord with my wife gets mad because the longer I play, the more I start speaking like them. Oh, that's true as well, right? Like when you're young, depending on who you spend time with, like that can also affect your accent. Like I spent a lot of time online, so maybe that influenced me a little bit as well. True, true. Oh, we are settling in. For now, it's going to be a double gas opener. Technically, this could lead into another one-base all-in, but this should just be a racks into factory into command center. This should be a more standard game and build here from Oliveira. Now, with a faster factory, this could be Reaper Hellion. This could be for a fast Widowmine into drop play. This could be for a fast tank as well, for a tank drop. We have options. But first, we're opening up Reaper. So Oliveira coming in with his scouts. Back at home, we have our tech of choice. Creator going for a Twilight Council, not a Stargate or a Robo. Gonna be a Twilight Council opener. Back at home, working towards Blink, and the Reaper's goal here is to get eyes on said tech. Figure out what Creator is up to. But now the Reaper's gonna be zoned away. And Creator does keep that Twilight Council hidden for now. It's gonna be hidden. Back at home, we have the CC on the low ground. We're getting into our 1-1-1, and we can see that it's not going to be Reaper Hellion. It's going to be into Marine Widowmine, I imagine, for a fast medevac for some drop play. Widowmine is in position here on the low ground. Cyclone in production as well. We've seen this build plenty of times here from Oliveira. Did it earlier against Nightmare. To be a little bit more active early on with drops. There's that medevac. Meanwhile, Creator, how many gateways do we work with? 2-gate blink, 3-gate blink, or even 4-gate blink? For now, oh, we have a 3rd gateway. Okay. 3-gate blink it is. So a much more defensive opener from Creator, which makes sense, especially after game 1. I mean, Creator, he's down in this series, so a much more defensive setup here with the Robo on the way as well. I say defensive, safer build here from Creator. It's very middle of the road. It allows you to have more stalkers. It allows you to just have a safer route to expand and take a 3rd base. Cyclone is spotted. Medevac as well. Creator, he sees everything. He's aware of the army. He's getting ready back at home. Depths are getting in position. We have a stalker in the main base just in case the drop gets in. Oliveira does bring everything together. Again, he understands he's been spotted. He respects Creator. He backs up. As the Marine goes down. Both players, they kind of bounce off each other, and now we're entering a later game. Let's go. We're entering the mid game here as Creator is working on his 3rd base. Meanwhile, so is Oliveira. 3rd TC is on the way. So again, because Oliveira got scouted, he respected Creator enough to be aware that he would be ready in time. So he pulls back. Only bleeds out 1 Marine. It's a very mature decision there from Oliveira. And now it's going to be on Creator to move out. He has his Warp Prism, I believe, on the way. No, never mind. I assumed we would be making a Warp Prism and pushing out, but no, we have the Bay on the way instead, working towards faster Colossus. So basically what's happening here is that despite opening up 3-gate blink, we are skipping warp-ins. We're skipping warp-ins, we are staying on a low gateway count, sorry, a low stalker count, and spending money on the 3rd base, on tech, on the Bay, on Colossus. Heading towards the mid-game instead. Do snipe the Observer. What did Creator see in the main? Not much. Unaware of how greedy Oliveira is being. How economic he is. First Colossus is on the way. You can see we're warping in Zealots, not Blink Stalkers. Let's start spending our gas elsewhere. Forge is in production. And Creator, he's just containing his opponent. He's looking to contain, catch any drop play, spot any move outs. Because he lost the Observer, he doesn't know that there's already a 3rd CC. doesn't know that Oliveira is not going for a 2-base all-in, which is still on the table, especially after game 1. The creator has to be careful. As the Colossus count is rising, Forge is finishing up, additional gateways are on the way. Still staying on a lower Stalker count, but again, just trying to keep tabs on Oliveira. And he should soon be expanding. He's on his 5-rack setup. Should soon have enough to break free. There are some players that wait for Stim. Like, Stim is halfway done, so we might just wait for that. But, yeah, the tanks are moving out. And we're taking our 3rd. And Creator will confirm this. Trying to threaten the army. Gets a Cyclone. Gets a Cyclone for a Stalker. As Creator has to back up. 3rd base is being taken. Creator needs to confirm this. As looks like he has, and we're going for a 4th. Ooh, okay. We're calming things down a little bit. 4th base is on the way. We have our Colossus. How many do we have? We are up to 2 Colossus so far. Scan does confirm Colossus production with the Bay. And the Creator, he can definitely apply some pressure here. We have an Adept at the natural. We drag Oliveira out of position. We do distract him for a moment. Catch a Mule. Threaten the Raven. And the Colossus have arrived. Very nice force fields. We catch out some Marines. We catch a Marauder. And we deny the 3rd. The tank a little bit too far back. Oh, we have to respect the tank line though. We have to calm down. But denying the 3rd is all we need to do. As we have a 4th on the way. Cross the map mine drop here towards that natural. Or towards the 3rd even. So far only getting 1 probe. Let's get another Widow Mine in the natural base. Oh my god! As we pull away, but less than ideal, 9 probes go down. Suddenly, Oliveira. Not looking too bad. I apologize for not pulling back to this. I just assumed that Creator would be ready for it. 9 workers do fall. Oliveira now retaking his 3rd. Going for another mine drop here towards the main. I mean, these mine drops are really weird moments here. Like, we're in the mid game. Typically, mine drops would be done by now. This is catching Creator off guard, but we have a tank in we have a cannon in position. And by Burrows, we can focus it down. With a mine towards the 4th. Oh. But last, the mine shot won't go off. Ooh, so much cleaner defense here from Creator. Again, after the first mine drop, he's a lot more prepared for this. A lot more aware. We'll shut it down. Oliveira building up his Viking counts. Going Marine, Marauder, Ghost, Viking. Pretty hefty army here. Pretty comparable to the size of Creator's. This Creator is still stabilizing on his 4-base setup. And looking to max out with charge lots. I was curious if Creator was going to be incorporating some disruptors and maybe a second bay. Or sorry, a second robo. The answer is no. Just 3 Colossus and just mass gateways. And Creator is pushing. His move out was spotted. Oliveira getting in position. Tanks are resieging. Scan does confirm. Now we are lacking a bit of SimCity here. How many tanks? Massive anti-arm missile does connect with the army. First tank goes down. And you can see here Oliveira not quite in position to defend his 3rd. He's caught in between his bases. The tanks are rotating over. Rocks get knocked down. We're going for the 3rd base. And the anti-arm missile has run out. We still have to respect the tanks. We have to back up. Can't fully commit. The Creator is doubling down, rotating around once again towards the 3rd base. Oliveira trying to keep up. Bringing his tank forward. Good EMPs on the army. We flank the Gateway army. Zeltson said they hit the 4th. Reinforcements are in position. And as Creator is dancing with the army of Oliveira, we have a 2nd robo on the way. We have disruptors. Forge, 2nd Forge, and a Dark Shrine. So Creator is taking and expanding. What I will say though is that this tech and this expansion is a little bit delayed. It is delayed for Creator. It does seem like he intended to end the game then and there, which is why these disruptors are later than we would like. The Forge and the 5th base are later as well. So I prefer Oliveira's position overall. Yes, Creator is transitioning, but Oliveira, he's maxed out, he's on 4 bases, and he has a much more ideal army. And Creator has not been able to break that third, not yet. Avoid the mine shots. Army pushing forward. No liberations, or no liberation zones yet, no liberators yet. We have +1 ship weapons on the way. We're getting there. And Oliveira is moving out. Blink is on cooldown. And we catch the Stalkers. Very nice catcher from Oliveira. Big chunk of Stalkers go down. Back at home, Oliveira scans, sees the 5th. Making his way over. We'll see if the Vikings can catch out the Colossus. Disruptors should be on the way. Where exactly are they? Okay, they're coming in from behind. They're reinforcing from the natural. And we're out of position. The base goes down. Nexus does fall. Purification Novas are going to be revealing themselves. Disruptors are revealed, and the Vikings, they go ham. They shut down the first Colossus and a second. And we're going for the chase. We have momentum. We're going for the kill. We're down to 0 Colossus. The Purification Novas were lackluster. At the same time, we go for a big warp into the main base. SCVs are going down. And Oliveira, he's turning back around. He's racing back home. He killed the 5th and the 3rd. Oh. And was it enough? As Oliveira is losing a lot of SCVs. That's 23 workers falling. Oliveira still turning back. At the same time, Creator pushing out towards that 3rd base. Prism is being cleaned up. The Zealot is still going ham. And is Oliveira ready for this? There's not much here, actually. It's mainly Disruptors, but here we go. The Stalkers have arrived. As the Zealots, they got 38 SCVs. Ay, ay, ay. Creator double expanding. Getting it back up 4th and a 5th base, going for the gold. Creator is in trouble. Oh. Like, he has to be active here. If he ever backs off, then he's going to lose these bases, 100%. Creator needs to keep Oliveira busy. Needs to keep him back at home. As the bases are getting up and running, we have Blink on the way for the DTs. Colossus production getting back up and running. Oliveira getting his own 5th. And here come those Liberators. We're even investing into nukes. Okay. Now, at least Creator was able to preserve his workers. He did save most of his probes earlier. Nuke is done. Ghosts are moving out. I imagine for the nukes. Oh! And we do catch one of them. Ghost is sniped. Liberators have arrived at the 4th and the 3rd. And probes are going down. The army scrambling back home. Oliveira looking for the 5th. Doesn't find one. Nuke at the gold. Let's go. Because being thrown down is spotted by Creator. He pulls away. You're not getting too much. The Ghost does slip in. Doesn't get much done, thankfully. Okay, both players, they back off from each other. The game is calming down. Ghost is cleaned up. And we have another nuke on the way. More starports. Again, for more Liberators, eventually. Disruptors coming in. Nova goes up. Oh no! Raises the army, gets a couple of Marauders. Nice splits there from Oliveira. He comes in from behind. Storm connects with mainly Vikings. We get some decent Novas, but the Concave is better for the Terran. We collapse on the army. No more Novas. No more Disruptors. as they're being targeted down, and Creator, he gets caught out, and he's gonna lose every single unit, every single Colossus and Disruptor. Yeah, Oliveira, he doesn't take a single one to the face, breaks through, and there's nothing left. We have a handful of Stalkers, we have an overcharge. What are we really protecting here? Nothing. Colossus comes out, but GG gets called, and Oliveira takes a 2-0 lead, one game away from becoming this week's KSL champion. GG. Bob, has Oliveira ever won a KSL? I'll definitely check after this, but yeah, to be up 2-0 against Creator, very impressive stuff here. GG, well played. Again, Creator was in a really rough position after he lost 2 bases, after he lost all of his Colossus. It was basically after the first big move out from Oliveira, where sure, Creator, he was able to kill some SCVs across the map. That's true. He killed a lot of workers, a lot of SCVs, but he wasn't really able to touch the main army. That's what I was mainly concerned about. And Creator, who was being quite greedy, he was throwing down more bases, double expanding, trying to build back up, but didn't quite get there in the end. And GG, Oliveira. Uno más. One more is all he needs. And we'll see if he can get it, as our next game is going to be on Oceanborn. Let's go. Does Oliveira live in China? Yes, he does. So he's only playing on the Korean server? Yes, that is true. As the Chinese server is no longer a thing, so all the Chinese players are playing on Korea. Yes, he used to go by time. But spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Protoss. Our South Korean Protoss player representing Club Enemy, down 2-0 in this series. He needs to fight back here and now to have a chance at forcing the ace match. He needs your help. He needs your support in the chat. It is Creator. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player from the land of China representing CranKy Gaming. It is Oliveira. I didn't know it was canned. Yes, the Chinese server did go down as we're going for a proxy across the map. Okay, Oliveira, you have my attention. For those that are curious, because of disputes between NetEase and Blizzard, this happened like a year ago. This happened a long time ago, actually, like a year and a half ago at this point. But basically, NetEase, they're a company that was basically hosting and basically allowing Blizzard games to actually have service in China. They did not come to an agreement, and because of that, their kind of a contract fell through. As a result, the Chinese servers went down, not just for StarCraft, but also for all their games. Diablo, World of Warcraft, all Blizzard games went down in China. But what I will say is that it was like a month or two ago where they came to an agreement. They basically made a deal. I don't think we know like the details of it. But Blizzard and NetEase, they have come into another kind of partnership, and the servers should be coming back soon. TM. I think this was like a month or two ago, but it was announced that Blizzard games are coming back to China soon. TM. But it's been like, we did spend like a year or more without the Chinese server, which was, a little bit brutal. Basically, all the Chinese players had to play on the Korean server instead. Yeah, the deal fell through, but it should be coming back. Or it is back, I should say. They have renegotiated the deal, as it is going to be Proxy Marauder from Oliveira. Okay, interesting. So this is going to be a one-base all-in. It's going to be another one-base all-in setup here, as Oliveira is going for the factory and the starport back at home. Hyper-aggressive build. Meanwhile, Creator, what have we seen? We have confirmed the double gases. We haven't seen much else. Probe is coming in for another scout. To try to get a read on what's going on. Probe dips in. Does get eyes on not much, actually. We throw down the pylon, but we weren't going to expand anyway. Pylon is thrown down. Marauders are building up back at home. I imagine we're going to be pulling the boys with this. I imagine we should be pulling the boys with this push. As we confirm the starport. Creator, he has a better idea what's going on. Third gateway's on the way. Oh, sorry, second gateway's on the way. Stalker's breaking through. We're in a bit of trouble, actually. Without Marauders back at home, we can't really do anything. And we're moving out across the map. We do depower the first gateway. Marauders are revealed. But Hellions, they tickle Stalkers. Focusing down Hellions, they are going to be forced to recall back home. The boys add a little bit too much damage there. The Stalkers have returned. And there's no more gateways. Here, another gateway's just now repowering. 2 Stalkers left. 1 Stalker left. Warp Gate is not done. But the boys are being pulled. The surround is real. The Marauders are getting low. We're down to 2. Up. Oh, we get the final Stalker. But the Marauders are barely alive. One Marauder goes down. And so will the last. Yeah, the Marauders are cleaned up. A Creator, he will defend. At the same time, the Hellions, they bust into the main. They make it from across the map, but the gateways, they're back up and running. Warp Gate is done. We have Stalkers. We have an army. The Creator, he's defending. He is shutting this down. We're down to a single Marauder. And we're on 2 bases. Meanwhile, across the map, the pylon is still up. There is no expansion. There is no follow-up. Oliveira just now throwing down a CC in his main, but this is such a late expansion from our Terran player. Now we're going for the medevac. Medevac goes down. There's no more sustain. And we're cleaning this up. And GG gets called. There's nothing left here for Oliveira. Creator, he fights back, putting a point on the board. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Creator, he does end up putting a point on the board here. Oliveira trying to be cheeky with the 1 base all-in, and it did kind of fall in its face. Creator, he had no idea what was going on. He didn't really confirm the all-in, but because of his Stalker aggression across the map, he was able to figure things out, able to force a big reaction, delayed any Hellion reinforcements that would have helped so much with those Marauders, and GG in the end. Creator barely did hold. It was close though. It was quite close in the main base. And now the series continues. We're getting into game 4. Let us go. An ordinary man does it again. Crazy. Oh, hello, Milk. Hello in the chat. Este lechito. Get some sleep. Oh my god, it's so late. Here we go. We're getting into our next game and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, putting a point on the board, fighting back here in these grand finals. Can we force the ace match representing Club NV? It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Terran player representing Dragon Kaiser Gaming. It is Oliveira. We go. So we are settling in. Whew. And hoping to bring it back. Oh, that's a dated thing to say. See in the chat, on SC2 Unmasked, Nani was at 6.5. If you were familiar with the scene, you would know that SC2 Unmasked is not a thing anymore. It closed down like 2 years ago. SC2 Unmasked has not been a thing for a long time. Smurge, feels bad, man. It was I say 2 years ago, like 3 or 4 years ago. It's been a long time. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Was a very useful site back in the day. You see Creator going for the Gate Cyber Expand, standard opener from our red Protoss. Oliveira back at home going double gas into a faster factory. Now we have seen a couple of different one base all-ins so far from Oliveira, but we should be calming things down here in game 4. Technically we could throw down a starport after this, but we should be seeing a CC. We should be seeing an expand. Go. see Oliveira take his expansion and going for his CC on the low ground. And we're entering a bit of a longer game. We had a chaotic game 4, sorry, a chaotic game 3. And now we're calming things down here in game 4. Reaper dips in, we get eyes on the Twilight Council. It's going to be a blink-based opener. It's going to be blink. To pivot away. And Oliveira at least is aware of what's going on. Behind this, setting up his own drop play. Once again, it looks like Widowmine into Reactor Marine, into a Cyclone, into his medevac drop. We saw the same build, I believe it was in game 2? Game 1 or game 2? Game 2, yeah. This does seem to be Oliveira's go-to build off of a double gas opener. We very rarely see Oliveira go Reaper Hellion. We saw that from Gumiho. We have not seen that from Oliveira yet. So it does seem to be his go-to build. As a creator is setting up his additional gateways. I was curious if it was going to be a 2-gate blink opener, but especially because of how aggressive Oliveira has been, it's going to be 3-gate blink. 3 gateways here for our Protoss. It will delay the expansion, it will delay the third base in favor of additional Stalkers to be able to survive against early game aggression. So a safer start here from Creator. You can turn this into a more offensive build if we go for a Warp Prism. If we go for the Robo into a Warp Prism, we can harass across the map. And we'll see how Creator does approach this. As the army is spotted, and we're making our way towards that pylon, and it's a bit of an Artosis pylon. We are going for it. Widowmine is in position. We zone away the ground army. We're going for the pylon, and it's going to be going down. We barely deny one of the Warpins as well. And Blink is delayed. And we can keep going. We're going for the pylon. We dive into the main base. Cyclone is left behind and will be shut down. But the drop will focus down the second pylon as well. Oof. Once again, depowering everything, busting into the main base. Probes are going down as well. This is getting out of hand. Stalker's coming back in. 5, 6, 7 probes go down. Ay, ay, ay. And this will eventually be cleaned up, but this has done more than enough damage. Delaying upgrades and depowering the gateways would have been good enough. We get 7 probes on top of that. And behind this, Oliveira, we have the 1-2 punch. We're working towards Cloak Banshees. And a third CC. Okay, so we're being quite greedy here. Cloak Banshees can do a lot of harassing damage, but we're cutting some corners. Rushing to that third CC. And here comes Creator with his Warp Prism. We spoke about this. This defensive opener can turn into a more offensive one. With that Warp Prism, we're moving out. Could be reinforcing. And the pressure is on Creator to do some counter damage. Now, what can we pick off? There's a tank covering the main. Oh, we're looking pretty safe and sound. There's a bunker and a tank on the low ground. We can delay the third, for sure. We should be able to delay the third base, depending on when we come in. We can force these Marines out of range of the tanks. But that third CC, it is about to finish. Drop comes back in. Getting 5 more probes. Ay, ay, ay. CC does complete. Banshees, they arrive across the map. Probes are going down. 7 workers in total. Stalkers, they do bust into the mineral line. They're getting some SCV kills. And the shield batteries are helping. That's going to be 9 more dead workers. Oh my god. And the Banshees are still active. They're still getting more done. Finally, they're cleaned up. When I say one of them gets cleaned up, as we get 12 kills. Oh my god. Oliveira, calm down. And Creator, he has to make some magic happen here with these Stalkers. Somehow, some way, he got in, he got 6 SCV kills. I mean, that was something, but we need something more. We do need something more. As Creator's moving out across the map, he's down to 46 workers. Oliveira's taking his third base, just getting further ahead in the economy. And how many Stalkers are we working with? 10. I mean, If Oliveira spreads himself thin, if we expose some of these tanks as we take the third, then maybe. No detection. Stalkers are forced back. Observer does come in. Tanks are getting in position. You see Creator getting ready from behind as well. He could potentially pick off one tank and deny mining here, based on the setup. As back at home, we're working towards Storm. Storm is halfway done. Immortals are on the way. Creator sustaining his worker count. Right now, even though the worker counts are similar, Oliveira does have the economic lead. Creator should be up in bases, and we're even. So Oliveira is in a better position. So he's working towards his upgrades. The army does hit the natural instead. Tank's not quite in position. And we get a couple of SCVs where we bleed out some Stalkers. Oof. That was not the best trade. Edepse shaded in, but didn't get much done either. 2 SCVs went down. Skin reveals the third. And our Hail Mary play here are going to be those storms. Storm is done. We do land a storm on the army. 2 storms even. Not bad. Marines went down. We forced a recall. We catch some of the Stalkers. Oof, only 2 Stalkers escape. Brutal recall. Again, the storms weren't bad, but we needed more. As Oliveira now up in supply is moving out. Disruptors are on the way. This makes sense. Usually it would be risky to go Disruptor first, but considering how far behind we are, like, we need Novas. Like, they are one of the ways that you can come back in this matchup. Nova goes up. Get some Marauder. Another Disruptor on the way. Yeah, we deny the 4th base. Oliveira going for the kill. The storm doesn't connect. We do keep... Oh, now the storm is forced out. Less than ideal. The boys are being pulled. We have 2 Disruptors. These Novas, we need to make them count. Up! Good connection. That's a good start, if only we didn't lose 12 workers. 12 workers went down. Oliveira, he backs the hell up. And I feel like Oliveira could have maybe pressed the issue here. He's respecting Creator quite a bit after that Nova. Does pull back. Getting a 4th. Okay, Creator survives. He survives. Oliveira's still ahead. Oliveira, he's getting a 4th as Creator's just now starting his. Oliveira's up in workers plus mules. We have ghosts. No Vikings, but we don't need them as we're mainly worried about Disruptors. And again, Creator, he's relying on his spellcaster usage. Purification Novas, Storms, that's all he has here to keep himself alive in these games. Let's see if he can. Oliveira getting into Viking production as well. I don't really need them, but in case we have Colossus, I mean, they will help. True. Couple of Vikings on the way. 4th base getting up. How many Disruptors are we on? We're on 4, soon to be 5 Disruptors. If Oliveira was aware of the lack of Colossus, I would love to see a Fusion Core and a rush towards Liberators. Like, that would be amazing. Now just focusing on a Bio Ghost heavy composition, which can still do well. Dark Shrine's on the way. We scan the army. We spot it. Pushing in. Good EMP. Creator has to be so careful with these Novas. Does connect with the tank. Does bring it down. We have 1 Nova left. Rotating over. Storm. Ooh. Don't get the Storm. We do get feedbacks. Feedbacks on 2 Ghosts. And we're pushing in. Oh. Grazing the army. Shaving off some Marines. High Templar goes down. And the Vikings, they bring down the Prism. Storms are still not bad. Zoning away the army. Barely holding on, but we're running out of Storms. Ooh, we connect on the Ghosts. Ghosts are going down. We don't quite connect with the Marauders. But with all these Stalker reinforcements, it looks like Creator, he's holding on, and Creator, he takes a supply lead. Oh my god. Does hold on, going for a big counterattack here towards the south. Oliveira does not see this. And Oliveira, he does scan, spots the army. Picks up, going for a drop across the map. Instead we're going for the third base, and there's not much in position. There's not much here. We blink in. We take control of the third. Tank's a little bit too far back. The drops across the map. They're getting damage done. The Creator looks like he's pretty all in. He is committed. Get some decent storms. Novas, they take down the tanks. Tanks are going down, and Creator, he can break through this. He can keep pushing. Yeah, the main army of Oliveira is falling across the map. He's killing probes. He's getting damage done, but it doesn't matter. We're going for the kill. We have a nuke. We're going for the defensive nuke, but we have detection. The ghost goes down. And Creator, he's breaking through. And again, this army across the map, it's not really doing much. I mean, sure, it's killing bases. But we're going for the kill. We're going for the main. We have some good EMPs. But again, there's no Vikings, no tanks. Only the two Widow Mines, they get shut down. And we're busting into the main. Oliveira, he's racing back home. But it's too little too late. We're camping the production. Oliveira, sure, he has some bases. He's pulling the boys. Oh my god. Pulling everything he has. But we have the high ground. We have a brutal choke point. The boys, they can't push up this. Nova goes off. Yeah, there's no pushing up this ramp. It's not going to happen. We have a decent concave. We're going for the disruptors. Disruptors are falling one after the other. This isn't a bad fight, but GG gets called as Oliveira. He runs out of units, runs out of supply, and Creator forces the ace match. GG. Oh my god. Papi. Creator. It was over. Like, he was in a rough position that game. He was down in bases. He was being pulled apart. He was losing so many probes and so many bases, and eventually he was able to claw his way back in with storms, with novas, with disruptors. Again, we saw Oliveira maybe be a little bit too over-eager, especially with that final push towards the north. But he did take some rough trades there. And GG. GG, we're going all the way to Game 5. The ace match map. Let's go. Oh my god. And it's happening on Ghost River. Of all maps. Do we one base all in again? Is it happening? Let's go. Let us go. Regardless, it all ends here. It all ends on Ghost River, the final game of the night. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Club NV, somehow clawing his way back into it. He was straight up dead in that last game. He did come back from the brink of defeat, forcing the ace match, representing Club NV, Creator. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Chinese Terran, the blue Terran player representing CranKy Z Gaming, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is Oliveira. And the last time we saw Oliveira on this map, we did see a one-base all-in. It was against Nightmare. But I imagine he's not going to risk it in the ace match, right? Maybe. I mean, possibly. We'll find out. Let's go. I imagine it's going to be a double gas opener from Oliveira. I'm imagining a blink-based opener out of Creator. Again, just because of how small the map is, it's risky to cut corners and be too greedy. We'll see. Probe is moving out across the map. Oliveira is going for a Rax Expand. Okay, economic opener out of Oliveira. Very interesting. Creator will come in, we'll confirm this. I wonder how Creator will respond. I wonder how he will respond. Does get eyes on the racks. Heading down to low ground and delaying the expansion for as long as he can. We'll delay that CC. You can see the CC being built here on the high ground instead, further back into the main. And the probe is going to be zoned away. Creator has no confirmation. So for all Creator knows, it could be a double gas opener into a faster factory. Creator is in the dark. Back at home, standard opener. Okay. So far, so good. So far, so good. Again, it makes sense, especially if we're going for a more economic build here, to go for the CC on the high ground. Not just to hide it, but to keep it safe against early game aggression. Factories on the way. And, oh my, it's going to be a Stargate opener from Creator. Okay, bold move. Very bold move. If Oliveira was going for something a little bit more aggressive himself, then Creator would have a hard time defending. But based on the more economic opener here, we're okay. We're good. Herb is scouting the right-hand side. We're looking for a proxy racks or a proxy factory. Proxy starports. Confirm that nothing's there. Adept does dip in. And the Adepts won't quite dive in. We confirm the Marines at least. Oh! We commit to the shade. The Adept does get eyes on the CC. Does go down, but at least Creator knows that he's safe and sound. So he does confirm. Get into his second gateway. And this could be the beginning of Phoenix Colossus, something that we haven't seen at all this series, but is very meta. Hellion dips in. We're going to get a full scout. Very nicely done here by Oliveira. Confirms not just the Stargate, confirms the Phoenix production. Back at home, he cancels. I don't know if you saw that. He had Cloak and Banshees on the way, but upon seeing and confirming the Phoenixes, he cancels, going for a Viking. It's a very good reaction. The likelihood of the Banshees doing damage was quite low, especially against a Stargate opener. So Oliveira does respond. Have Matrix on the way. And the game does settle from here. Interestingly enough, we are making a handful of tanks, but we shouldn't make too many. Especially against a Stargate opener. We'll see. Oh, this is interesting. Going into very early reactor Viking production. Okay. And we are continuing tanks. This looks like a committed 2-base push. We'll see if we throw down a third CC anytime soon. But with these early tanks and early Vikings, this is going to hit like a truck. And Creator has yet to confirm. We do dip in. We get eyes on the Vikings. Big scouts. We also get eyes on the tech lab, on the researching racks. So we're aware that Stim is on the way. We're aware of the Vikings. The tank production as well. We see everything. We're getting ready back at home. Immortals. Immortals are going to be so important here in the defense. They're going to be paramount for Creator. Here comes the push. We don't pull the boys with this. Moving out with the Vikings, 2 tanks, Marines. Phoenix does confirm. And Oliveira does push back, or does pull back, when he spots the army. Does respect it. Phoenix, they head into the main. SCVs are going to be going down. Ooh, we're exposed. We are left exposed. Their base is on the way. Vikings, they race back. And we're expanding. It feels like Oliveira, he has so many stages where like he can commit and just send it, and at every turn we see the Creator, he's able to keep up, able to get eyes on it. So Oliveira, he pivots away, doesn't throw away his tanks, doesn't throw away his Vikings, is expanding, working towards the mid game. It's very fluid play here from Oliveira. I like it. But this does mean that Creator now has map control. Moving out, taking his third base. Creator, he can be greedy behind this, taking up into +1, blink. And the goal here for Creator should be to deny the third for as long as he can. I'm not so sure we can break the natural, not with this tank line. We have 2 tanks on the low ground with the bunker, with Marines, now Widow Mines. As the Phoenixes do catch an SCV and a Widow Mine. Not bad. The Vikings do respond. Ooh, Mine Shot does go off on that Phoenix. Oliver is now expanding, but as he expands, Creator has eyes on this. And the goal here is to catch out the tanks, to catch out the army. And now we reveal ourselves, the tanks! We catch them. Nice force field here from Creator. Catches the first tank, gets a good amount of workers, a good amount of the army. And I was going for the CC. Again, Oliveira, he just didn't know that Creator was lying in wait. The base should survive. That was a very nice catch from Creator. Please up Phoenix within range of the add-ons. Oh, reactor goes down. And Oliveira is contained. As he's contained, Creator, he takes a fourth. I mean, the Terran is still in 2 bases, and we're going for a fourth instead. We have Blink. We dive into the main base. We're going for Drilling Claws. Drilling Claws is denied. Oh, but we're going to be punished for it, though. A lot of Stalkers go down. That was 4 Stalkers. But, I mean, we denied the third. We got a tank. Denied the upgrades. Well, still worth it for Creator. Gets an extra Viking as well. As he's pulling back home. Just being active with these Stalkers. Oh, gets a Marauder. Backs the hell off. We have Storm on the way. Charge, 1-1. More Immortal production. Like, Creator, he's looking quite comfortable. And Oliveira, I don't see him pushing anytime soon. He just doesn't have the supply for it. Oliveira is just going to be stuck at home. Licking his wounds. And Creator, he can get away with quite a lot. Building up Immortals, Charge, Storm. All of our upgrades. We shouldn't be rushing into like Sky Toss or anything like that. Like, that would be a little bit too ambitious, but for the most part, Creator is going to be the first to max out. Oliveira does have a much stronger defensive line this time at the third, with his tanks, with his Ghost, with his EMPs, but oh boy, this is still a terrifying army from Creator. What do we have? 14 Zealots, we have Storm, just now finishing. How many High Templar? 3 High Templar, each with 1. And we're getting ready to collapse from multiple angles. This is it. Can Oliver survive this? No bunkers either, which is a little bit concerning. Stalkers drag out the army. Zealots pushing forward. And the army is spotted. Now Oliver knows. But doesn't matter. Yeah, we're going for the tanks. Big Storm on the army. We're trying to come in from behind as well. Not too many Zealots. We break through the tank line. There's 1 tank left. Boys are being pulled. The Storms. Storms are looking pretty good. And Creator, he just snowballs out of control. He crushes the main army. GG gets called, and Creator will take the series 3-2, becoming this week's KSL champion. GG. GG, well played. The reverse sweep. Oliveira was up 2-0. Oliveira, he was up 2-0 in this series, and Creator, he brings it back 3 games in a row. Very impressive stuff there. GG, well played. Congratulations to Creator. Oliveira, he did spice things up a little bit too much. You remember game 4, it was a 1-base solo that fell on its face. Sorry, that was in game 3. Game 4 and game 5, we saw Creator come back from the brink. Alcyone was crazy. There's a world out there where Oliveira, he wins this series. Like, that game on Alcyone was wild, as Creator was so far behind. He had taken so much damage. But the Disruptor, the Purification of, as they popped off Papi, he was able to survive that, able to bounce back, and bounce back here as well. GG, well played. Very well done here by Creator. Congratulations. My condolences to Oliveira, but he did very well for himself. Did very well for himself, all things considered, to make it all the way to the finals. Let's quickly have a look at the bracket, actually. I haven't been able to have a look at it, to be honest. Have avoided those spoilers, but here we go. Bam. From the top here, we had, just to wrap things up, we had Nightmare taking down Dark. That was a wild start to the broadcast, with Nightmare causing that first upset. Very, very chaotic series there. We had Oliveira bringing down Classic. Oliveira took down Nightmare. Oliveira, off of the back of his TVP, almost took down Creator as well. So very impressive stuff here by Oliveira. Classic, Nightmare, and Creator are no easy players. I mentioned before that Hero wasn't here. Hero did not compete and did not partake this week. Hero is typically our KSL champion, wasn't here this time. Likewise, neither was Bjorn or Cure, our typical Terran contenders. But the Zergs were here. Like, Dark and Solar were here, and Dark and Solar did not make it to the semis. We had Creator popping off. He did not have an easy run either. Creator, he took down Solar, took down Cyan, Gumiho, and of course Oliveira in those finals. Very impressive stuff here by Creator. GG, well played. It was a great turnout, great event here for the KSL. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. We were just catching up, and we do now get a better idea, a better read on the state of these players coming into DreamHack. DreamHack Dallas is in a couple of days, and a lot of players are traveling. That's why Bjorn wasn't here, for example. Bjorn is in Canada at the moment. He's staying at the Shopify HQ. We've seen some behind the scene photos, and we've seen him on cams, on the webcams in WTL, you know, with Harstem. He's there with Scarlet, he's there with Lambo. They're all in Canada at the moment, boot camping and acclimating to the NA time zone, getting ready for DreamHack Dallas. They're all going to be rocking up at DreamHack Dallas. Likewise, a lot of these players here are going to be traveling as well. They will be traveling. So yeah, it is something to look forward to, definitely. Let me quickly just have a look at that bracket as well. Catching up. The curse of being a normal mortal man. True, true. Just a normal man, papi. GG. GG. But I was really curious, because I haven't really delved into it too much when it comes to the open bracket of DreamHack Dallas. For those that are maybe unfamiliar or unaware, there is an open stage to DreamHack Dallas, and we are going to be casting that open stage here on the CranKy Ducklings. I believe we're only going to be casting day one of, I think DreamHack is a 3-day event, and I think we're only going to be casting day one. We're going to be casting the open stage, and we're going to be casting the knockout bracket as well. We won't be casting like the winner stage or the finals or the playoffs or anything like that. The mainstream have that covered. We are going to be a side stream for DreamHack, and I'm gonna have to adjust my sleep schedule. I'm gonna hold on. Let me just double check here. What time does DreamHack start? 1 a.m. 1 a.m. here in Australia is when DreamHack starts, so that's when we're gonna be live here on the channel in 2 days time. So it's gonna be an amazing event, I'm sure. But this is the open stage. It was revealed a couple of days ago, and I'm really curious who is here. Okay, so we have Gumiho versus Marsbar. Marsbar's traveling. That's interesting to me. He's a UK player. But Gumiho is here in bracket A. Ryung and Future in the first round. Let's go. That's going to be a spicy TVT. We have Creator versus Epic. Again, we just casted Creator, and we know that he's looking pretty damn strong here in the PVT matchup. Even took down Solar, if you remember, in the PvZ. So Creator is definitely in form, and we'll see if he can make it through that open stage. We have Riser versus Kellizer. Diego is also traveling. Let's go. Diego's going to be there as well, competing in bracket A. A lot of Terran, a lot of Protoss here. I feel like it's going to come down to the TVTs, and of course Creator as well, so wish them all the best of luck. Going to be an interesting one, definitely. Scrolling down, we have bracket B. We have Solar versus Rogue in a ZVZ. Oh, that is a brutal first round match. Oh my god. I was just checking. None of the Koreans face each other here, but we have the Koreans already facing off in the first round. That is unlucky. That is that is brutal. I don't envy whoever is down here in the lower bracket facing off against the loser of Solar and Rogue. Don't envy them at all. We have Shadown versus Mana. Interesting. Both Shadown and Mana also traveling. Do love to see it. We have Alasia versus Mixu and Zane versus Skillus. Now, I haven't checked the schedule, but usually the way this works is that bracket A and bracket B start at the same time, and then C and D, they start a couple of hours later. So I'm not going over C and D yet. But what that means is that we have to pick and choose, because we're going to be casting on the first day. Basically, the way that we do it is we pick and choose one of these brackets, and I am torn. Personally, I like the idea of a laser versus skilless here. I feel like that's going to be a lot of fun in that second round. And we'll follow that into, you know, most likely either solo or rogue. Like, shout out to Shidown and Mana. I wish them the best of luck, but there's some heavy hitters here, and that does look like a lot of fun here in bracket B. In bracket A, there's a lot of TVT. I mean, I'm a big fan of Diego. I love Kelazur. Kelazur versus Creator, that's going to be a banger here as well. Gumiho versus either Ryung or Future. I guess it depends what I want. I wish there was more variety, right? Like, it's like, honestly, it's just Terran Protoss up here, and then it's just Zerg and Protoss. It'd be nice if we like switched a couple players around, you know, that'd be great. So we'll see. We'll see. I think I'm leaning a little bit more towards bracket B, but yeah, it's a hard one to call. Definitely. I'll definitely think about it, which one we want to cast. Usually we just commit to one, and we'll be casting it all the way to the upper bracket finals and then the lower bracket finals as well. Meanwhile, C and D is a little bit more, I feel a little bit more clear to me. We have Björn. There is Björn versus Full Heart. Fun fact, Full Heart is no longer Zerg, he's a Protoss Cannon Rusher nowadays, so Björn versus Full Heart is going to be a lot of fun. We have Su versus DRG. Ooh, that is another brutal first round match. Oh my god. Another brutal Z. What is it with the ZVZs? Solo versus Rogue and Su versus DRG. Yo, ESL admins, what's going on? Why why are you making all the Zergs kill each other, huh? What's happening? Ice-Scar, I know you're in the chat. I know you. I saw you earlier in the chat, Papi. Cap. But yeah, so we got a lot of ZVZs going on. We have Harston versus Patty Mac. Let's go. A big, obviously, I'm a little bit biased. I'm a big fan of Patty Mac as he's an ex-CranKy Duckling. He's one of our own. Patty Mac is out of practice though, so he's been busy like casting with Raynor and spending time in China. As much as I love Patty Mac, Harston is coming in as the heavy favorites. Otherwise, I'd be very tempted to cast this. We have Disrespect versus Lambo. Lambo is here as well. Oh, the team kill. Oh, wait. I just realized. What the hell? Björn, Harston, and Lambo. The Shopify boys. They're all in the same bracket. What's going on? The team kill, Papi. That's brutal. Spread them out. What the? ESL. What's going on? What's happening? I mean, they just spent like a couple of weeks or a month together practicing, and now they all have to play against each other. That's so sad. How many make it from the open bracket? Top two. Top two make it from the. We have, I should say, one player from the upper half and one player from the lower half. So here. So here, there's one qualifying match up here and then one qualifying match down here. So top two. Top two from each group. So yeah, that's a little bit brutal that all the Shopify players are playing against each other. Thankfully, Scarlet has avoided this, and I believe Scarlet is down here. Yes, Scarlet has avoided her teammates, thankfully. Down here in Group D, we have Bunny versus Patches, Dolan versus Cyan, Nightmare versus Foxstar, and Holden versus Scarlet. Whew. Okay, so we have our 4 groups. So I'm catching up with the chat. Yeah, top 2. 1 is early for you. No worries. True. You gotta do Rogue versus Solo. You just gotta. I mean, it's tempting. I usually try to avoid mirror matchups because I know a lot of people watching aren't really too interested in mirror matchups. But it is tempting. All Zerg eliminated already. Better buff the next patch. True. Bracket S, not bracket C. No Firefly. Not here. Link, sure, I'll give you a link. I think Firefly is in the next round, right? Or is he not traveling? Let's have a look. Scrolling up, because this is the open stage. As a reminder, this isn't all the players competing. The players that have been invited into this event because of their performances throughout the year, in the last season, they're seeded into here, the winner stage. Here, so this is where all the players that made it through the regionals, this is where they're like seated in. So you can see here, there's like Clem, Stats, Oliveira, Classic, Estrella, Hero Marine, shit. Like all the big boys, they're all here in the winner stage. And this is going to be covered by the mainstream, so we don't care about this. I mean, these are some really good games, don't get me wrong, these are some really good matches, but we're going to be focusing on, or at least we're not going to be casting that on the channel, unfortunately. We're focusing on the open stage. But yeah, the link is in the chat if you're curious. When it comes to bracket C and bracket D, I'm torn. Dolan is one of the CranKy Ducklings, he is one of our boys, so I feel like I should follow Dolan here when it comes to this C and D portion. At the same time, there are a lot of really good matches, like Nightmare versus Scarlet, or the potential Nightmare versus Scarlet looks like a lot of fun. Dolan into Bunny, that TVT is going to be a short one, I can tell. I mean, we'll see. Dolan, he has some cheeses up his sleeve, but he's also got some macro as well. We'll say. Up here, the potential Bjorn versus Su or Dia, like the TVZ here looks like a lot of fun as well. Hearthstone versus Lambo, like there's a lot of really good matches. It's hard to pick. I don't think there's necessarily a wrong answer. Yeah, there's a lot of good matches, so we have to pick and choose. We'll get there. So yeah, that's happening in 2 days. 2 days time. We have the open bracket. 2 days time. What do I want? I want to cast everything. I want to cast it all. We usually do cast everything. I should say that live we're going to be casting either Group A or Group B, and Group C and Group D. After the replay packs are sent out to the public, we'll be casting the other group as well. Usually there isn't a lot of coverage in the open stage. I remember I think it was for Atlanta. For DreamHack Atlanta last year, we were literally the only casters covering the open stage. We were literally the only ones. I remember like Steadfast and Dave Testa and BMOF, like they weren't covering it. I think they were at the event actually. I think if I remember at Atlanta, I think Steadfast and BMOF, they were actually a part of the main cast of casters, which is why they weren't doing a B stream. So we were the only ones, and we could. There was a lot that wasn't casted because of that. So if that's the case again, then we'll just do a replay cast later. To catch everything that we missed. But yeah, exciting stuff. Catching up. Oh. I just don't like mirrors in general. I break them, Pop. Oh, you're an animal. Calm down. Where's MaxPax? MaxPax does not compete in offline events. MaxPax doesn't travel, so he wouldn't be here. This is offline. Are you casting for the ESLB stream? No, it's going to be here on this channel. It's going to be on the CranKy Ducklings. So it's going to be like a side stream. Technically, we might be the B stream or the C stream, but it's going to be happening here. On the CranKy Ducklings. Are these brackets randomized? These are some really bad brackets. I believe they're seeded. I don't know, though. Don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that. I believe they should be seeded. It's at the admin's discretion. Insane amount of mirrors and bad race spread. Yeah. Smurge. Where the duck stream, exactly. Duck stream. So yeah, exciting stuff. That's gonna be over the weekend. That's gonna be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So mark your calendars. If you happen to be native or local to the Texas area, then consider traveling and going to the event. It's gonna be a great time. I'm going to be casting alongside some of the other CranKy Ducklings. Yaku might get involved, maybe some of the other Ducklings as well. It's going to be a long event. It's going to be a whole day event, and even for us as well. Like this open stage usually lasts like 6 hours, and then you have the knockout bracket, which is another 6 hours. It's usually like 12 hours. It's usually like a 12-hour cast. So we're going to be busy on Saturday. Gonna be busy. Yeah. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Who wound up winning? Creator. Poppy. Check out the VODs. It was a good cast. Good games. Go X CranKy Duck. Yeah. I'm definitely cheering for Patty. I'm cheering for Dolan. And we may end up casting Dolan versus Cyan here in bracket D as well. We'll figure it out. But yeah, otherwise, thank you for watching, everyone. Thank you for the support. Again, plenty to look forward to here in the upcoming days. We just wrapped up with the KSL, And we will be live tomorrow catching up with ESL Open Cup Americas. Similar to this event, ESL Open Cup Americas happened 2 days ago and we weren't able to cast it live. My sleep schedule right now is like an EU sleep schedule. It's not good. I mean, I say it's not good. Right now I'm on an EU sleep schedule because of all the casting. We've been casting the Logic games and House Open Cup and just a lot of events late into the night. And I'm intentionally keeping this sleep schedule because of DreamHack. If I'm gonna start casting at 1 AM and finish at 1 PM, I need to be on the sleep schedule. So because of that, I wasn't able to cast KSL live and I wasn't able to cast ESL Open Cup Americas live either. So tomorrow we're catching up. If you missed it yourself as well, and if you maybe want to catch up with ESL Open Cup Americas, we're doing a replay cast tomorrow at around this time, or before this time. Same start time as today. There you go. So less than 24 hours. We're going to be live here tomorrow with ESL Open Cup ESL Open Cup Americas, and then the day after that is DreamHack. So we still get you covered with some StarCraft, at least until DreamHack comes around. We got you covered there. I have an NA sleep schedule, and I'm European. I'll trade with you. That could work. That could work. True. But yeah, thank you so much. You're native to Texas, right? Light? Oh, you're an animal. You're an animal. But thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. If you enjoyed the cast, consider following us here on the CranKy Ducklings. Again, we're going to be casting DreamHack Dallas here as well. Technically, we have permission to co-stream. So after the open stage, we do have permission to co-stream as well. So we can co-stream the main broadcast. But it's very hit and miss co-streaming. Like I like the idea of having like a viewing party, sure, but I also like to sleep. I'd also like to sleep. So we'll see. We'll figure it out. We'll see what we decide on the day. Otherwise, thank you for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow for ESL Americas. If you want to support us, ! socials in the chat. You can follow us on socials. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. All social medias CranKy Ducklings. We have a YouTube channel where we upload on a daily basis. We're actually live there at the moment on YouTube as well, both YouTube and Twitch. I've been. This isn't even. The cast was live. SMH. I have been ignoring Twitch chat a little bit. Sorry, YouTube chat a little bit today, so I do apologize. But I usually try to keep up. It literally says replay cast. I don't understand your big revelation. True. This was a replay cast. SMH. Oh. Hola from Texas. Oh, hello, Vincent. Hello. You sound Aussie as fuck, bro. But with that, we're done for tonight. Again, you can follow us on YouTube, you can follow us on Twitch. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow for ESL Americas. Until then, ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. Ciao.